Yeah, we quit on their mouth here in a minute. I love to talk. Are you ready? All righty. Before we get started, I wanted to make one thing. I've had some inquiries since that the governor's getting rid of some mandates that why we were still using them. You know, I think masks and vaccines are as a personal choice. It's up to you, individuals. But we have a number of staff that has compromised immunity systems, and we have so many people passes through the building that, you know, whether or not they're positive, nobody knows. So just out of caution and respect for the staff, I won't mandate, but I strongly suggest that everybody wear masks. You know, once we see the light at the end of the tunnel, if it's not a freight train, we'll get rid of them. So, but anyway, I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. And as always, before we open our meetings, we have an opening prayer. Mr. Cox, if you would.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for allowing us to gather here today. We ask your protection over us. Thank you for these members of the board. Watch over them as they make decisions, and thank you for the members of our community. Be with the safety and health of all citizens. In Jesus' name, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay,
Mr. Chair, if I might, we failed to put down an option for taking roll, doing the quorum. So might I suggest that is 3A?
okay. Go ahead.
Because I'm assuming that's where you wanted to go
Go
next.
ahead.
Thank you. All right, and our apologies about that. So, if I may, Ms. Bechtold?
Present.
Thank you. Ms. Cookenbuck?
Here.
Mr. Cox?
Here.
Mr. Booth?
Here.
And Mr. Turman?
Here.
All right, thank you. Thank you we apologize for the oversight.
Notice how we do that different every time, don't you?
Yeah.
Keep you on your feet. Also, because I don't remember. Ladies first.
Next on our agenda is the approval of the agenda. Does anybody have anything you want to add to it this morning? If not, I'll take a motion to approve it.
So moved.
Second.
Motion second, go ahead, call roll.
Okay. On the motion to approve the agenda, Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
and Mr. Turman.
Yes.
All right, your agenda is approved.
Okay, on the approval of the minutes for December the 14th, 16th, and January the 3rd. Is there any reason we can't take them all together?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay, yeah.
we can do,
Sorry, I keep forgetting.
we can do the 2 December ones together,
Yeah,
I
okay.
think.
No, I don't, no, because Levi wasn't here yet.
Oh, he wasn't
So
here,
we,
but,
yeah, we have to do.
that's
that.
right,
Yeah.
Mr. Yoder was still here, so we have to do them separate.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was only here for the third.
yep.
All righty. Motion to accept the minutes for December the 14th.
So moved.
Second.
Motion second, call roll.
All right, and I guess I will call y'all and I assume you'll abstain. I guess is how we should handle it. I'm not certain. So, excuse me, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Abstain.
Mr. Cox,
Abstain.
and Mr. Turman.
Yes.
All right, thank you. And we get some-
Floor is open for a motion to approve December the 16th.
So moved.
Second.
Motion second.
All right, on the motion to approve the minutes from December 16th, 2021, Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Abstain.
Mr. Cox,
Abstain.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, that is approved.
All right, now, the next one, we got a full family.
Yep.
There you go.
I'll take a motion to approve January the 3rd.
So moved.
I'll second.
Motion second, do we start the roll?
Okay. On the action to approve the minutes of January 3rd, 2022, Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, all three sets of minutes are now approved. Thank you.
All righty, next would be the approval of the monthly disbursements, and there's a few extras here on the table.
Now,
Uh,
on page 6 of the ones that was in our packet, halfway down, of course, you got the Thompson Lytton one, and then you got the engineering one right below it. And that is on page 6, yeah. I was just wondering, that engineering one, that's just such a weird number. I had to ask.
Obviously, that's part of the school system.
Yeah,
Building.
and for some reason, I don't recall seeing their name before, but maybe I missed it or just forgotten, but
Yeah, Schnabel is part of that whole.
part of that whole
Yes,
package.
Right, and from what it reports, it's, if I may, engineering report, writing services. 601 comp testing cylinder, ASTM C9, there was 10 tests at $12 apiece.
Of cylinder test, okay, I understand what that is then, thank you.
And those are coming out of the school's monies.
That is correct.
Okay.
If you,
We need another microphone.
on each bill,
Yeah.
there is a account number that it goes, that she
Gotcha.
reports to, and 04300 is the school system,
Gotcha.
which is also reviewed prior to you guys getting it. I go through everything, and also if Linda has any questions.
Excellent.
Anyone else? Any questions? All righty, I'll open the floor for a motion to approve monthly disbursement.
So moved.
Second.
Motion is second. We're ready to call the roll.
All right. On the motion to approve the monthly disbursements, and if I might, to include the additional sheet laid before you this morning, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, your monthly disbursements are approved, including the additional sheet. Thank you.
It's 5 minutes before the public comment. You got something you can cover, or I don't see anything else?
Take a break.
Oh, take a break, okay.
Well, we've been hard at it.
There you go. Done broke a sweat this morning. Everything else looks like it may have some discussion to it on your part.
Yeah, it might take more than just a minute.
Okay.
All right, we do have a short suggestion after a discussion in the media gallery. So Kim's going to talk to you a little bit about 9B, CDBG rehab document review of changes.
So, in your packet, you will have, up at the top, it says Floyd. These were the recommended and confirmed with Steve changes of per Ladina's discussion. The changes were submitted on here, so we're just looking for that final approval.
We're approved.
And you said that Steve has gone
Yes.
over them?
Yes. Do you need one, sir?
No, that's fine. I'll find mine after we get
Yes, and Steve has approved those changes.
all right.
Open the floor for nominations.
I'll make a motion to approve the CDBG Housing Rehab Construction Document Update with the changes and authorize signatures from respective staff members. A second?
Motion and second. No other discussion. Call the roll.
All right, thank you very much. So on the approval of the CDBG rehab document, review of changes, or changes document, and allowing for authorized signature of appropriate staff, Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, that is approved. Thank you.
It gives me 1 minute to make my little speech here. So it is the intent that all persons attending the meeting of the board, regardless of handicap and conditions, shall have an opportunity to participate. If any person present requires any special assistance, please let the board know in order that arrangements can be made. This time I'll open the floor for public comment. Keep your comments to 4 minutes. State your name and the district you're from. You want to talk to us? Seeing nobody rushing to the microphone, I'll defer to public comment closed. And now we should be able to cover some of those. You-
Actually, I was thinking about going, if I might kind of start at the end of mine, just because there's some of the easier ones first. The others might require more discussion. As you know, each year, both us and the town apply for a grant from the Commonwealth for $4,500, which you match and which the town matches. So in total, it's $4,500 from you all and the Commonwealth, and then another $4,500 from the town and the Commonwealth. That is to support, of course, arts programs. It's designed to encourage local governments to support local arts programs. We have just submitted our report, which was due, I believe, February 1st. And you have last year you chose to give it to the Arts Center, all of your funding. My understanding is that the town recently has divided theirs out between a couple of different folks. And so the requirement is that they be an arts organization. So you can't give it to individual artists or anything like that. The places that I think they have given to have been addition to the Arts Center. They've actually given some to the nonprofit that's associated with with Dylan and some of the work that comes out of the country store in terms of training. And I think they've also given some to one of the gallery cooperatives at one point, something like that. So we have to submit again for that grant in short order. And wanted to get a sense from you all if you wanted to continue to, first of all, do you want to continue to apply for that grant? And if so, what is your preference in how we structure how that money is rolled out within the county, if you have some thoughts about that? It's not a very arduous grant process, but it is something we need to get in on time or otherwise we won't get it. So just looking for you all's thoughts on that.
I'll give you a little history on it. We started doing that, and it was to help the center get going and keep going. And the idea was that the center helps many artisans. Because they do a lot of activities for a lot of different artists, and including artists in the classes at the high school. And I think we ought to apply for it again. It's a match, and I think we should continue as we had in the past with that contribution going to them. That way it's help. I mean, we could get into it, I guess, and start picking and choosing, but I'd be afraid I'd leave someone out of the mix where, with what they're doing, you know, everybody gets an opportunity, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, and I also agree with you in that it is like an incubator still over there. And, I mean, it is not a lot of funding, but it does, as Jerry said, spread out to a number of different organizations. And I agree, to have them be able to host student artwork and encourage student artists is so important. It's one of the few places that students really have to kind of show their work outside of their confines of the classroom and the gym, the old gym, when the art show is happening, to sort of have your work be, you know, displayed truly at a gallery where so many different people come is quite a leg up for some artists. And I know of a couple of students that have taken that exposure, run with it, and they are now very successful artists. So I would consider going for the grant and keeping it with the Floyd Center for the Arts.
I have no issue keeping it with the Floyd Center for the Arts as long as they're being inclusive and not excluding people for any reason from any of their programs.
Okay.
That needs to be, that's a caveat for me, that nobody's left out from their programs for any reason.
Okay. And that is, if I might, Mr. Chair, that is one of the requirements of the grant. It has some pretty strong language about that, but I will also make sure to express in our proposal that that's very important to you all as a board, whether it was a requirement or not. You happy to do that? All right. Is that this
Miss,
sense of the board?
you like me, you just don't listen. We pick out what we need, we listen to everybody else.
Okay. Well, I can go with that with a consensus with y'all, if that's all right. We can take a vote if you like, but I just wanted to get a sense, because as you know, when I started last year, I think we had less than a week for me to submit this.
Yeah.
So I pretty much just said, please do this, whatever this is. So thank you for the discussion. We still have a little time. The next item I was going to mention to you, I'm going back up, is give you an update on the outdoor classroom grant. You all, not all of you may know, but over the summer, we applied for funding from the Department of Forestry to develop an outdoor classroom at the rec park. And so our original thought was, if you've ever walked down the Dodd Trail, there's a very nice curve in the woods that originally we thought would be a great place to put this. We took a group out there, I think it would be fair to say a Floyd version of a diverse group of folks out there. And so including Extension and the Partnership for Floyd stuff, Jacob, Mark, folks from Citizens, a lot of different, some community volunteers. And we walked around there, and some of you have heard this already, we walked around and actually decided the best spot would be on the other side of the ball fields, essentially. Been looking at that, and there's been several subgroups that have been doing a lot of work independently, and particularly on the educational elements, and some of the things, and maybe some exercise elements that could be included along the trail. So we had a Zoom meeting yesterday, and I had to skip out part of it because of some things we had to deal with the sheriff's office and the Commonwealth attorney, which were unexpected. But nonetheless, I think we've got a pretty good sense of where we'd like to go. I've asked, particularly as it relates to whatever the shelter or the location of the actual classroom is. Because it's at the rec park, I've asked Jacob to kind of take the lead on that along with Mr. Vest from Extension, and then, of course, Mark as kind of the three building folks. So they'll be taking that up, and then we have another group of folks that are working on the educational stuff. So as they put together their final designs, we'll go ahead and I'll send those out to you all, but that's generally the direction they're going. I will tell you, as part of that, there's also been some discussion about the state of the playground. And so there are a lot of people with a lot of ideas about what the playground should look like, and they're not all the same. So as you know, we have a survey that now that we have this great new stuff that Chris has put together for us, we'll get out this week. I apologize, I'd planned to do that earlier, but to get a community-wide feel about what people really want out of the playground there. And then I'll bring that back to you, because as I explained to the group yesterday, you know, that really is much more the purview of the board, to really, because that is such a significant element of the rec park is the playground. So we'll bring that survey back and some of the ideas, and when we get to talking about ARPA, you'll see there's some suggestions in there, but that's more kind of larger scale thoughts. So
Surveys will come back into your office.
Yep, they will. They're gonna come out of my office. They'll be in a Survey Monkey. Jacob had originally written some in a Google format, but that's a little more
So much easier.
challenging to get to, yeah. So I think that would be good. Keep looking, how much more time do I have? EMS, as you know, we've had now 2 different meetings. Pretty much all staff meetings with the paid EMS folks. The first one we went through, what makes you come to work, and what are some of your biggest challenges, and what are your suggestions, and then we came back about 3 weeks later and talked to them again. We did have Chad come from Social Services and talk to them about adult protective services, because one of the issues that came up frequently was that we do have a lot of elderly or disabled, or elderly and disabled folks in the community that are living by themselves or living with someone who really can't always take care of them, and they often end up calling EMS, and sometimes calling EMS pretty frequently. We do have about a dozen phone numbers that have called at least 10 times in the last calendar year, which kind of suggests to all of us that there's maybe more challenges there that go beyond an EMS call. So that's why we had Chad come out and kind of talk through what are the resources available through social services, and encourage them all to report into social services so they could connect folks with appropriate resources and make them aware of some of the different programs that are available. So I think that was pretty useful. We have also, of course, some of you know, we rolled out a while ago a 24/72 staffing model. So there are 24 hours on, 72 hours off. And so that's been going about a month now. And that part seems to go okay. We have had some questions related to coverage for on-call. So particularly with COVID, but also people being out with COVID, but also people just having accidents, breaking their wrist, all the stuff that happens. So we've been working, Kim and I have been working through some of the alternatives that actually some of the staff has brought up. So we've been working on that, and we're also looking at some incentives maybe for recruitment, kind of what we've been kicking around internally and wanted to share with you is if we, several other jurisdictions are doing sign-on bonuses. What we are kind of suggesting and floating with some of the folks is maybe more along the lines of a sign-on and stay on. And so if you come and you stay for X and commit to stay at least this long, assuming that you are a good fit. So, if someone brought you in, so if one of our really good EMS providers brought you in and said, hey, I recommend this person, that they would also commit to help mentor them. And if they stay, that person that's mentored stays, then they would also potentially get a little bump for bringing in the right type of people to build a culture that we would like, and also tries to make, it upsets people, as you would imagine, when there's just a signing bonus for new people. So some of those kind of things are included. And we have a couple other things that as we move through the budget process, we'll talk to you about as well. But wanted to let you know about that direction. Is it time? I keep looking at you. You keep looking up.
Can I interject something?
Yes, sir.
Right quick? I was just thinking about it, of course, I've thought about it a lot since the events of the other night, but, I've heard, some of the rescue members talking about, how traumatic it is to work a code all the way to the hospital, and then lose them, or they go to a real horrific car crash or something like that. Do we have any type, or I think we should have, some sort of, something here in the county where those people, if they need somebody to come in, sit down, lash out to, pour their heart out or whatever, give them a little bit of, comfort. Do we have anything like that?
There is, similar to the program that's available for the deputies, if the sheriff calls them in, we do have an outside resource that Philip can call and have them come in. And so that is available to folks. Now, having said that, some of the EMS providers have spoken to me privately about, at least for them, they are not as comfortable talking to a stranger. Some people would rather talk to a stranger, or a trained stranger, I think is maybe the way to put it. But some of them brought forward a suggestion about, well, if maybe someone on the EMS staff could also be trained. And we've actually had somebody that's volunteered to do that if we were able to provide them the support for training.
Senior members, sort of a committee or board or whatever. Because, as we get younger people, it's going to affect them a lot more than it will some of the older ones that sort of know what to expect.
Yeah.
So I just think for their mental health and well-being, they need some sort of outlet.
We could do one of the staff members like you were talking about, but still have the other one. I figure out, you're talking to the NRDC. And still have it available. That way you have both options. You can talk to somebody you know or somebody you don't know.
That's an excellent suggestion. I think too, we have, those of you that were around before, and I'll update the others of you all, so you might recall over the summer when Philip and Kevin came and give kind of the presentation that got you all's blessing when you were sitting as the EMS board, about moving to the new schedule and some of the costs associated with that. You also approved moving to a system of 4 lieutenants. And so instead of having a very flat organization, which was Philip Marcel, and then pretty much everybody else. Now, that has been transformed. Of course, Marcel is no longer working for EMS, but instead it is Philip and 4 separate lieutenants. And so to your point, those are some of the more senior experienced folks, a couple of them are paramedics. So that helps with that. In addition, there's a couple of folks on staff that you all probably know of that while they are not lieutenants, they also are ones that have been around a while and give, that also provide some additional support to Philip for particular things. And so we've been kind of moving some responsibilities around there and some recognition and some financial recognition over time about some of those moves. So wanted to let you know about that. And then Kim also just gave me this note that reminded us through our insurance, of course, there is therapeutic support as well, but that's more generalized. But thank you.
Circling back to the thought process on social services. How was that left? Is it understood that the EMS folks are to hand out a card? Is it, I mean, I know it's going to be on an individual basis, and I'm not trying to get down in the weeds. I just want to know that we're not just glossing over something, that this is something, and I know that's not your intention at all. I just want to make sure that we follow through on this process, because I think eventually, once the ball gets rolling, there are so many folks in our community that just, it's not in their nature to ask for help.
Right.
And they end up in situations where they feel bad that they have to ask for help. And the husband or the wife or the spouse or whatever the case may be doesn't know what to do, and they don't want to be a burden on the kids. And then there are so many other layers that happen in these situations. So do you feel like Chad just coming to talk to them is going to open something up, or is there going to have to be more involvement with social services?
Thank you. If that may, Mr. Chair. So I think there's kind of it's a two-part answer to that. I mean, Chad did remind them that they are mandatory reporters. So if they see something that is truly neglect or abuse, then they do have a proactive responsibility to report that. But having said that, unlike Child Protective Services, the amount of resource and helps available for adults is very different. Chad made the point several times that with Child Protective Services, if there is abuse and neglect, certainly this is not the first line of defense, but if all else fails, there is a foster care system. There is not an adult foster care system. And so that makes it a little bit more challenging. And so he did talk about some of the other resources, but also noted that often there's not enough staffing for those, or in some cases, folks, the referral might be this person is actually in need of nursing home care, and there might even be Medicaid support for that or Medicare support for that available to this person, but their choice may be they don't want to do that. So that's kind of the one level of response. In addition to this, Dawn from Extension a while ago started putting together a group, and then we had a COVID spike, so it kind of fell off. But nonetheless, that group, I think she intends to revive, which would include, and might be real parallel to something else that Kim's engaged with social services as well. But nonetheless, the thought would be that Extension and us and the Sheriff's Office, EMS, Commonwealth Attorney, maybe some other folks would all be on a kind of a group together that we would start trying to address it, because of course it's the Sheriff's Office and EMS that are the ones that are most likely to see things first, particularly with adults. So to try to work some type of just round robin discussion about what we can help provide there.
Yeah, so in my question, I was not implying and didn't want to give the impression that I think there's a an abuse problem as such. What I think happens, and I just don't know that folks know their options. And it's not that there's any abuse going on, really. I'm almost wondering if the Agency on Aging can't also be called in, but I don't know. I just, this is a really hard nut to crack. It's, at the absolute top end of the problem is the fact that we want people to be cared for properly. And then from there, it's a matter of the degree to which our EMS staffs are being impacted. Obviously, if someone falls and they need to be picked up, and it's somebody that is at home with them that does not have the capabilities of doing so, what else are they supposed to do? You don't want to leave somebody on the floor, because then that does become what the avenue you discussed. But we had talked about this gravity crew, and I don't know how this is a tough problem, because our county is getting older, and it's going to continue to get older. And many folks are very independent here in Floyd County, and we want to stay where we're at.
Well, and you also have that fine line from the involuntary committal to other that has to be, that's why I've advocated for a long time more training for our law enforcement officers, to work with community services or other groups. It's you would think it would be a simple answer to the situation, but it's not.
No.
In fact, it's probably the most complicated one you can get into. So,
And I
because
really-
of what you said, the varying reason and the independence, but I think from what I understood, Chad is downstairs is available if needed. And I hope they gave contact information, or they have the contact information, and if there's any question, call, and then assess and draw in as many as you can.
You almost wonder if we can't leave a packet with them.
Well, I was just gonna say, I guess one follow-up to it would be, if we got 10 or 12 on the radar, statistically, then as we go through the next couple of months, if history repeats itself and those same 10 or 12 are still there, we can sort of just follow along and see if we took the right procedures, but just with some follow-up, I guess.
Yes.
But-
And I think that's the idea is, have a packet
Right.
for them, get them to understand that they can make a phone call, that these resources are available to them, and I don't know. I just think that's important.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We're getting over Mr. Court.
Yeah, but
Thank
we're
you,
having
Mr.
a
Brown.
good discussion, so.
Come up.
Apologize for being a bit late anyway myself. I'd like to blame it on the guy hauling a stack of pallets about 10 feet high down Route 8, but I think I was going to be late anyway. So anyway, he certainly didn't.
Came up
he's-
Elm Ridge and found one of
Well, that's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say he was gonna blame it on dodging potholes.
Yeah,
Not your fault, but
they tend to pop up. So just a more brief overview of what we've kind of been working on this month, and mostly it's still been weather-related. Maybe not quite as bad as the first part of the month was, first couple weeks of January. But still, it's a lot of prep work, demobilization, getting ready, cleaning up, and so forth. In the meantime, we have been able to get on some gravel roads. We did some on Lick Ridge. I actually got a nice note from somebody on Lick Ridge after the work out there. Some brush cutting, probably most significantly on Christiansburg Pike and Franklin Pike, and some on Allen Ridge. some shoulder repair on Duncan's Chapel, and we are trying to work a little bit on the rock bluff on Thunderstruck. They're chipping away at that as often as they can. Other than that, that's been really it. I did meet with the town council the other night. Like I told you before, I've scheduled some regular meetings with them, and there's nothing huge came up about that. We had a pretty good meeting. So I'll continue to meet with them and just hear some of their concerns. We did get signs up at the daycare to limit parking right around that crosswalk during the day, which limits sight distance for people seeing the kids going across the road. But we left enough time for parents to use that area right there to drop off, so it's kind of a touchy thing. And we're still working on, we're making progress on getting the crosswalk upgraded at the Moose Lodge. So that's going to have one of those push-button flasher things on there, but we have to upgrade to current standards. That ADA ramp is right there. Masonic Lodge. You know, I called it that. Well, I called it that at the town council. I called it Masonic Lodge at the town council, and they all looked at me weird. So I thought, well, it must be the Moose Lodge. I can't remember. It's a lodge of some kind. So I changed it. I want to say near Hardee's, but actually it's not. I guess it's not really near Hardee's. But I mean, I guess depending on your point of view, it could be. It's nearer Hardee's than it is to Food Lion. Let's put it that way.
The next one we're doing, let's refer to.
Yeah. Anyway. So we are planning going forward with that. It'll take some upgrades to the ADA and some signs. And then when we get the guys in to do the concrete work at the ADA ramp there, we'll get them in over on Fox Street and fix that drop in at the top that got hit. Other than that, yeah, that's really all we have. It's been a month of dealing with various types of weather.
Very well.
Various types of weather.
Oh, very.
No, well, that's that too. And then yesterday it started doing this weird kind of, I don't know if it did it here, but sort of a sleep pellet kind of stuff. Yeah, it was odd. Fortunately, it didn't stick much. Maybe some cold spots probably, but anyway, that's all for my report.
I have nothing to report in the Locust Grove District.
Thank you.
Well, I have a couple of things to report. And this is in Jerry's situation, but we were both contacted this morning. Our crosswalk, lovely as it is, and working relatively well for most of the time, has decided that it is going to cycle now into walking all the time, and nobody's there to walk.
It'll come on.
So
It'll come on its own.
I see.
So it's-
But even without pushing the button, it's
Correct.
going to a walk phase. Yeah.
Correct, so what's happening is one lane is going, let's say Locust Street is going, then it turns red and all of our walks are instituted. And then 221 will go, and then it'll do it. And this is like I came out of 221 from Carroll County's basketball game on Friday night last week, and I was sitting at the light because there was a crossing.
Yeah.
And nobody was crossing.
Yeah, late at night, yeah.
Late at night.
Yeah,
Yeah.
But the problem is not late at night, it's happening like in the morning.
when there's more
And
traffic,
the
yeah.
school traffic, and so if they can get
Yeah.
over to touch that little silver box and figure out what went kaflooey, that would be like yesterday, it would be good,
Yeah.
as soon as possible,
Sure,
please.
yeah.
So I mentioned this to you, and Jerry nodded, in agreement a couple of months ago about our, from the new construction at the school, this sort of exit lane that's being created. And I don't know if you took a gander to walk up or drive up there and see on Baker Street. it's looking more and more like a turn lane. I don't know what it is. And I don't know, I mean, it's gonna be, I think you're still gonna own that road, right? Baker Street?
Yes.
It's still gonna be VDOT road, so I think you ought to make sure somebody knows what's going on with it. I just noticed it coming out of the high school last Thursday night, from basketball. And, it really struck me as I was driving down. I was like, So if you'll check on that.
Any change to that street should be approved by y'all, shouldn't it?
Yes, and I'm sure Jesse Miller or Alex Cheney, who are coordinating the permit for that,
I just would
Are
like to
aware of
know. Go ahead, Barry.
If I may.
Yeah, absolutely.
And not giving a snip, but since we're kind of responsible, any changes or anything like that to the road should come back to us, shouldn't it? Or at least for information purposes.
well, if it's the school's project, we're just requiring a turn, I haven't seen it, I don't know if it's a turn lane, I don't know what it is, but not necessarily.
You're talking about there going up the hill, right?
Yeah, coming down the hill.
Well, coming down the
Yeah,
hill.
right.
But it's on, that road's in the VDOT system. It's in there for maintenance and upkeep. We're talking about the one that goes up the hill to the high school. If they're making a change to the road itself there, that would come through your office, wouldn't it?
Yes, well, the school systems own the road. VDOT maintains roads for the school system. It's not,
So it's not actually in the VDOT system?
it is for maintenance. It's kind of like we have the roads, same thing as we have the roads at Virginia Tech for maintenance, but they're all owned by Virginia Tech.
Then why do they want us to abandon a portion of it? Excuse me, I know it's not my turn, but it's kind of my district. I mean, we've been told that the schools requested us to put an abandonment in place on part of that road for the construction and to stop flow through traffic. Well, if all you're doing is maintenance, then why do we have to do an abandonment?
Because I think the schools, or maybe even the county, established it as a right-of-way. A public right-of-way.
The entire road. Not just Baker Street.
Is it Baker Street or is it the road going up to the
Road
school,
going up to the high school, right?
which is
Yeah,
not
that's
Baker Street?
I mean, it continues across Woods Gap.
Yeah, it's a state-maintained road.
That's called Baker on the school side?
The school is housed at 721 Baker Street. No reference to the Jerry Rafferty song.
Right.
Just, I'll shut up, it's her turn. I just agree with her, but I think that it's something really ought to be looked into.
Yeah, and I've always, and maybe this is a mistake on my part, I've always assumed that that road beginning at Woods Gap was a school road, route number 9,000 and whatever. Whereas Baker Street going back towards Route 8 is not a 9, that's whatever, I can't remember the route number, but a 7 or 1,000
I
something
disagree with her.
route
You
number.
look into it and see
Yeah.
what's going on and make sure.
It would definitely make a difference if the part of Baker Street that's on the school side is the similar type of road as Baker Street the other way, and that the 9,000 route only goes through. But it just always looked to me like that was a school road, so I thought that was the 9,000 route. It may not be, I'll check.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
It's just, I just, you know, if there's anything that you know about from me for all these years is I just like clarity.
Yeah,
And I just want to make sure that everybody's on the same page with whatever changes are happening. Other than that, I want to thank everybody for all the work that they've done in the Little River District. There are obviously potholes that have just developed. There's too many to mention. I know you're going to have a great week this week.
yeah.
That you
it's
might
good.
actually be able to do, you know,
Yeah.
like some patching, because the temperatures are going to be so warm.
Yeah, it definitely. Be getting
I can't really give you any particular place. They've been coming apart on the you know, seams where the pavement gets done. The only other thing I have is, you know, you did such a great job. The guys did such a great job on 615, just north of the Little River Bridge, where we had had all that water that had been ponding on the roadways and causing accidents, actually. And I came through after this last rain, and just the drainage was incredible. But we've still got that other spot just above that, at the beginning of the curve, from that spring up the hill. And if we could somehow do the same thing, basically on the other side of, is it Little River Way? I can't remember what they named that road. But just up from there, that would make that whole area so much safer for so many people. Because I think we've got, most of the teenage drivers have come through, but there's still some out there. And it's not just teenage drivers. I mean, I've seen enough adults kind of go spinning around, coming around that curve when it's icy. So that would be my only request
Okay.
for this month. Thank you, David. Thank the crew for all their
Oh, yeah,
hard work.
yeah. They've been working some long hours.
Yep.
Thank you. I do want to say that, as far as Route 8 during this last snowstorm, I actually heard compliments instead of complaints, like we did the previous. So whatever you did before, just keep on doing it. It worked. Like Linda, there are some various potholes. I've seen some developing on Route 8 that I'm sure you run through some of them or around some of them on your way in. Also, one thing that I just remembered in your district, Kennedy School, the edge of those, in particular, I've had one or two mentioned that where the edge is crumbling. Of course, when the ice was froze, that kind of helped it, but wasn't quite as bad, but to get over. But when that melts out, it's just going to keep crumbling.
Right.
And I know you've got a big, long list of those roads. Were you able to get a list together of the roads that's going to be surface treated?
I don't have that
yet?
list yet, no.
Don't have
Not
that
one
yet?
Hope we
Okay,
get that next month.
okay, don't have that yet. And, of course, shoulders on Route 8, I have to keep mentioning them. They're only getting worse. I don't know, maybe some of those, since it's pretty obvious where the water wants to run, maybe some big riprap or something in there and let it keep running right there.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, it's hard to make it go where it doesn't want to.
Right, well, I was gonna say that, Bob Beasley, I was talking to him years ago and on my driveway, and he said, best thing you do is move your driveway so that it's out of the way of the water. He said, that's much simpler than it is trying to sort the water, and I
Yeah.
decided after 30-some years, he was correct.
Yeah, it's less stressful. That's less,
Because it's gonna go where it wants
Yeah.
to go. But, possibly rip-wrapping those or something, and I'm just afraid right now, there's several places, I mean, it's just gonna tear a vehicle all to pieces if some emergency or something happens and they have to pull over and it's in those spots. They really need attention. Had a citizen, and you'll know who it is, request that we take a look at those culverts at the bridge on Route 8 because in his opinion, the only thing that ever happened, somebody come out there with a shovel and kind of shoveled a little bit out, but according to him, he never did see that crew come in and actually auger that culvert out, and he's deathly afraid that when the rain season comes, it's gonna flood his basement again. But that's not all of it, though. That spillway is gonna have to be, the spillway has built up since it was done. So that spillway is gonna have to be dug out too, and I know that gets into a whole nother ball of wax permitting and other
exactly,
stuff.
yeah.
And maybe we could go ahead, we've got the rainy season coming on, could we go ahead and look at the permitting to redo that spillway? And the last time I looked at it, that culvert's at least a third full. It wasn't augered out. I don't know who, I know you put in for it to be augered out, but I don't think they augered the right one if they came to Floyd and augered, because I couldn't tell that it was ever cleaned out other than when the crew went down there with a shovel and retch in and got what they could out of it. So if we could put that on there and get that spillway took care of, that would be great. It would make things better for both of us. And then just thank you and the crews for all you do. And that's all I had, sir.
Thank you, yeah, for the crews and all their work, but I have some more work for them. On 787 Indian Valley Road, right there at Higgs Road, you got lots of runoff and it stays icy. If we could work on the drainage there. And at house number 1294, also on 787, there's standing ice that it's there for days. And apparently there's some pretty large potholes on Alum Ridge right there in here, Duncan's Chapel, that one of my coworkers doesn't like to hit with his wife's car. So if you could tend to those, I'd appreciate it.
I complained to the Indian Valley Post supervisors.
Yeah, that's about it, and thank you very much for the crew's hard work.
Thank you.
The one that Lena was talking about on Elm Ridge Road, I found by accident. I had my wife's Okia, thank God I didn't have a new one, but I was coming back from Radford and there one day it was raining so hard and toward Ridgeview and Duncan's Chapel crosses Elm Ridge Road. Probably about a quarter mile north of there that would have served. I was coming back from Radford and pouring down rain, I was driving pretty slow around like that intersection. But just all of a sudden, I thought I hit a car. Water went off my windshield, I couldn't see the road, and I about took the wheel out of my hand, and I guess where the water had got in the pothole, just a combination, you know, it sort of raised my heart rate a little bit. I was like I had quit for a while. But it was pretty deep, and you know, I had traveled that road, you know, a few times this month, and that's the first time I noticed it, so apparently it was one that just dropped out recently.
Maybe with the nice weather, we can get, that's one we can get here when the plant's open, yeah.
Well, you know, I believe that's what's really killing the roads, this fluctuation in temperature.
Exactly. And it's been very, very cold. It's like single-digit cold at sometimes.
The good thing is, and I guess it shows how dry the land was, that even, I think we got close to 2 inches, that's what I thought. Combination of rain and melting snow, the streams didn't really get out of the banks. They had up a little bit. So most of it sunk in, but if it came out like it usually does, we would have had a major mess. I believe that's what's damaging the road, and that's my whole district is pothole. But I will, up note, gentlemen, Buffalo Mountain Road, there was always complained about, like y'all got a hit of it.
That one stayed, yeah.
It's staying there.
That's staying in there, good.
But, and that road above me, where the thing was going to take back in, it was abandoned. I was trying to get all the information to get over before I talked to him again. But he talked to one of my neighbors that older, you know, been there a while. And he explained to him what all he needed to do before we could get back in. And so the guy called me and he said, just forget it. We'll get the money."
Yeah.
And, so that problem took care of.
Yeah, it takes quite a bit, really, to do that.
I still need to get with you, go out and be where the store road and meet that lady and look at that road sometime if you can bring me.
Yep, I'll let you know. With the weather getting nice, we might be able to get out there.
Okay, and, you know, I'll echo everybody else's sentiment. I appreciate what all y'all doing, you know, with the limited staff you've got.
Yeah, we're like everyone else. I mean, we do have limited staff just in general. And that's when everybody's here. You know, we've been hit like everyone else with, you know, COVID and protocols we got to do and the quarantines and all that kind of thing. Plus vacancies, it's just hard to find people sometimes. It's not, Floyd's better off than some of the other counties as far as these vacancies that we just can't keep filled, but we still have about 2 in each area that, yeah, that still keeps staying.
You know, we just, pre-treatment is the best thing ever.
It does help, it can help.
This last time they got early, I thought, but by the time it got here, you know, it was still working.
Yeah, I think it worked the best this past time, as a matter of fact.
It helped get ahead of it.
You're never sure if it's gonna, I mean, it depends on how fast the snow comes. It can fall and the brine start to work, but then if it turns to liquid, if it gets too cold, it'll freeze and almost make it worse. But this seemed to keep it nice and wet and not too slick. So, yep. All right, well, thank you all very much.
Thanks, sir.
See you, David.
Hi, David, thank you.
See no constitutional officers.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll put the, meeting right there.
Okay, sounds good.
Me and Jerry kept up on our paperwork.
I'm almost done.
That staff keeps sliding in. Okay, we're back on the World Wide Web. Does it work? Come forward here. Floor is yours.
Well, good morning. For the record, Eddie Worth from the Little River District and also the county liaison to the drug court. I'd like to introduce Lori Trail. I'm not sure about your title.
I'm the drug court coordinator. I work with New River Valley Community Services.
We really wanted to come in and give you guys like our annual recap of where we've been the past year or two and where we're headed. We certainly feel that this is really working well for the county and more importantly for the students or for the participants. And the only thing I would like to say before Lori is, the drug court reaches deeper than just a person that's in it. It goes out to the communities and the families of these participants. We're seeing families actually get back together that have been broken for a long time, and especially children getting back to their parents and the parents understanding the importance of being drug-free and really how to parent. And sometimes I think maybe we need more classes on how to parent, but that's a different subject. But these folks are really, really trying hard. They're working hard. This is a tough program. And we've even had some say, I'll just go on back to jail. But if they stick in there and hang with it, they come out much better on the other end, and makes us proud of them and proud to have them as citizens of our county, because now they're going back to work, they're paying taxes, right? And they're proud of themselves. So that's about all I had to say. I do want to thank you guys for being so good to us and allowing us to help them. It is working. I think Lori will be able to make sure that you understand it. From the liaison side, all I can say is thank you, and thank you for the privilege of letting me do it, because it is a privilege. Thank you.
Thank you. And Eddie, do you want to maybe
Sure.
share these?
Yep.
So here's one of each of those.
Okay.
All right. So again, I just want to echo what Eddie said. Thank you all so much for your support. We really appreciate it. The drug courts in the New River Valley are administered through New River Valley Community Services, but we really partner, and it's really a collaborative partnership with everybody, and especially here in Floyd County, we have wonderful community support. We just had community members who, after every court, and I apologize, I'm out of breath because I walked apparently too fast. But we had community members who, after every court, they serve on our local advisory committee, but they always bring participants groceries, and I think they had homemade cookies this morning, and so I can pull it down. I could actually catch my breath better, I think, if I could do that. Thank you. But they are always there after court to kind of help provide support. And so we just have had wonderful support from you all, and we really appreciate it. So what Eddie handed out to you all are two pieces of information that we just wanted to share with you that kind of highlights some of our outcomes. So overall, since we began drug court in Floyd County in March of 2016, we've served 37 participants total. We currently have 11 active participants. During COVID, we had a period where numbers dropped because I think just the traditional court cases also dropped, and they weren't being able to do indictments and things of that nature. So we weren't getting referrals as much. We've had 11 graduates, and we've had 15 participants who left the program in some way, typically are terminated or they can voluntarily withdraw. So in terms of what Eddie said, as you see, it's definitely not an easy thing. It's not everybody goes through it and easily graduates. And we have 4 new referrals. So we are kind of getting our numbers back up, and hopefully our goal is to serve 20 and I think we're moving in that direction.
So we had, the way I work on looking at drug court cost savings is looking at the sentencing guidelines for each participant and looking at either the midpoint or the low end. So if it's low and high, then I take the low end or the midpoint to not try to exaggerate the cost savings. And so we look at the daily cost of the regional jail and the cost savings for these graduates, because at this point, those charges have been dismissed. There's no chance they're going to go back and serve any time on that. So that was a true cost savings for the locality. I had to estimate before this morning, because Eric got them to me right as Eddie and I were leaving, all of the 11 graduates. I was pretty close. So my estimate was $165,000 for those 11 graduates. If I did the math correctly, it's probably more in the 150 to 165 range. So I'll go back and kind of do that. I can't remember off the top of my head the daily cost for the regional jail. I think it's $27 and something. So something like that. So I couldn't remember that to know for sure. So I think it was a pretty fair estimate of 165. It may be closer to 150 when I go back and do the math. But we also, all of our participants are required to do 100 hours community service. So to give back to the community in some positive way. And again, that has kind of dropped because of COVID and during COVID. But as you see, that's just free labor for the locality. And in fiscal year 2021, they completed 556 hours here in Floyd County. And then to date, we've completed 123 hours. I think a lot of times they do it there at the transfer station because they have a lot of hours that they can go and get those done. And then I'm going to come back to the bottom of that sheet in just a second, but I did also hand out, Virginia Tech did a impact analysis study on our drug courts across the New River Valley. So that's also something that I included for you all, a summary of that. This is not specific to Floyd. It includes all of our drug courts across the New River Valley. But if you look at kind of if you flip over, it talks about employment, and on average that we are producing 19 new workers annually through our programs, which is producing an increase in tax revenue for the community. They looked at the benefits for families, things that I'm not able to quantify myself, but things like either preventing foster care or returning children from foster care, also being having children who are born without substance exposure. We've had at least 3 babies born in Floyd County through our program that were fortunately not exposed to substances because they were in our program. And so they looked at the cost savings for those issues and said that the maximum potential for savings for that is $197,000 for what we've done to date. They talked about our community service and that across the New River Valley, we were performing 5,800 hours of community service annually. So that's about $42,000 of free labor going back into the localities. And then it just talks about for our local governments on the next 2 pages, it shows the contributions to our local governments and then a return on the investment and basically determined that localities are receiving a 4-to-1 return on their investment for our programs. And so have that information. There is a narrative to that if anybody's interested in that. It was just a lot of paper and I didn't want to, kill a bunch of trees, but I can certainly print them if anybody's interested in seeing that. But I wanted to, before I finish, talk about the fact that this last fiscal year, we thankfully received an increase in our state funding. I was a little scared of it being the opposite, but it was a little bit of an increase. And then we look at our programs always and try to evaluate what's working and what's not working. And what we know is that we're not curing addiction, and we're not saying that people who come through our program are cured and are not going to struggle with their substance use disorder when they graduate. Our hope is that they don't, and so we try to look at what can we do to better prepare them and also to support them when they graduate. So what we have done is we've, number one, changed our phase structure. I think if you look in that report, it shows that we had 5 phases. We've added now an aftercare phase within the program where we start to back them out a little bit more. They come every other month to court versus once a month. They start out coming twice a month. They back down to once a month.
and then they come every other month. We have a little less accountability and supervision in the aftercare to see if they start to struggle so that we can step back in if we see that they're struggling. In terms of graduation, because we've recognized that there are some graduates who have struggled, more when I say struggle, just they've had issues related to their substance use disorder. The good thing from my perspective is we've made relationships and they reach out and they say, I need help, and we're able to connect them with services when that happens. But we have hired a drug court team lead position to help me do some of the administrative pieces. She also is primarily responsible now for proactively reaching out to graduates when they first graduate so that we can kind of check and see how they're doing. We also are developing a mentoring program, so we've partnered with the 401 Peer Center. Leroy Robinson, who is a former graduate who I think have spoken to you all before, he is also the 401 Peer Center supervisor. He is training our participants to become mentors. And so in Phase 5 and aftercare, our participants mentor folks who are coming into the program in early recovery. We are inviting our graduates to continue as a mentor when they graduate in the hopes that we keep them connected to hopefully sustain it long term. We can't make them once they graduate, but we invite them to come back. So those are the things that we're trying to do to help support and hopefully help the graduates sustain it when they graduate. So I know I talk fast and I apologize, but if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer any questions, or if Eddie wants to add anything.
Any questions?
Well, I don't have any questions, but as a couple of things I want to say. Well, I do have a question, but I do want to say that as a member of the Drug Court Advisory Team and someone who's been very involved in this to the extent that I can be, I have been so thoroughly touched by the work that some of our advisory council members have done. And just an email I received that someone in the program saying that I really didn't need the help with the groceries, but just knowing somebody cared. You could almost see in his quote that it might have been the first time in a long time that somebody has cared about this individual. And the cost savings is amazing. Just what has been done to save people's lives. But I read it and reread it, and I did sort of tear up because that you cannot put a price tag on. You cannot put a quantifiable dollar amount that finally somebody feels like somebody cares. And if this program does that in just an amazing amount, I know we'll succeed far and beyond what our numbers show so far. I think that the caring element, so many of these folks get to this point and they just don't see any way out. They see nobody who cares. They don't feel loved. They don't feel recognized. And this program treats people like human beings and significant members of our community. And I know personally, a couple of the younger folks that have come through, and to know that where they were headed was not a good road, and the fact that they were able to get off of that road and into this program and are now, like you said, leading healthy, productive lives, babies being born without drug abuse. It's just a wonderful thing. Can you send that link to a narrative to us? Can you send the link?
I can send it electronically. I'm not sure
Yeah,
about the link, but
That's what I mean, yeah.
Yes,
You
I
can
can
send it
figure that,
electronically,
yes.
you don't have to print it. And I just want to say kudos, and who did you bring along?
Actually, Jared Lawson is, Jared, you're fine with me sharing your background? So Jared,
prepared to say anything.
That's okay, I just wanted
Jared-
to know who you were.
Jared is a new peer recovery specialist, so he will help provide recovery groups and individual peer services. He is also a former graduate of our Giles County drug court program.
Excellent,
So,
excellent. Well, thank you. Thank you, Jared, I really appreciate it. And, yeah, again, kudos, and I'm so proud to be a part of this and to know that we have continued to support this in our community.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Lori and Eddie, thank you for all that you do on that. And congratulations to you as being a graduate also there, Jared. But a couple years ago, I had the privilege there when I was working part-time for the sheriff's office that my responsibility was to go out and check, once a month on the drug court participants. And I just wanted to say I got a firsthand look at that because I would go and check on these folks on a surprise visit. And I had a couple on my case list there that, I could see how thankful they were that they had that opportunity. They made a mistake in the past, but they were given an opportunity, and it was really good to see that there's a program like that that can help. So thank you for all y'all do.
Thank you.
I will say this, only because I can take my mask off.
That's right.
And I'm going back to quote Judge Long at a meeting that we had, and if I'm being repetitive and I've done it before, I apologize. But the saying is, if you want to be happy for a day, you go fishing or hunting or play golf or whatever it is you like to do there. If you want to be happy for a week, you take a vacation. If you want to be happy for a month, no, I didn't make this up. I'm the messenger here. You get married. If you want to be happy for a year, you win the lottery. But if you want to be happy for a lifetime, you help others. And I'll tell you, I've lived in a lot of places in my 70-plus years, but none like Floyd County that cares. I mean, maybe I wasn't involved in those areas, maybe they did, but I'm going to tell you what, we've got a rocking county. Everybody cares. If you're in trouble, you got help. You got somebody, and you guys are the leaders, and you lead by example. And you have for the almost 20 years I've lived here. And for that, I thank you, and I thank you for your support of the drug court, because obviously, if you guys didn't support us, we wouldn't be able to continue. And Linda, you're right. It's not just about the money. Thank goodness we're able to not go sideways or backwards with the money we are. It does make sense. But it's about caring. So we thank you for that.
That reminded me of Clint Eastwood radio, Which Way to Blue. He told that lady and I, she needed help. He said the government gives you handouts, friends give you a handout.
That's right.
And that's what the drug court's doing. You're providing that hand to help them up, but they've got to do it on their own. And, like I say, that's what I love about this thing. I was born and raised here, and I couldn't imagine living somewhere else. But no matter what happens, how people feel about you, you need them, they're there. And you don't have to ask, they're there.
That's right.
So I really appreciate what y'all doing. I really do. I'm like Levi, I'm in the law enforcement. I know some of the people that's come through the drug court, and I would have never thought I'd see them in the position they're in now. They're productive people in the society, and they're not destroying their life or their family's life or their kids' life. And they're contributing. It's good. Anyone else have anything to say?
Well, thank you all, and we appreciate it. And I would just like to add too, I do think that, the collaborative relationships we have, we work really closely with the Sheriff's Department. They do they support us and they go out and do the checks for us. We work closely with Commonwealth Attorney's Office and Mr. Branscombe, and he helps us, kind of with the referrals, and if things happen in between court. Eddie is my go-to when it comes to anything in the community and making those connections. And, if we have graduates helping me figure out a local business to, cater our graduations and all other kinds of things. He asked when he's going to get a pay raise, but he helps in lots of ways. But
Just double it.
that's right. But
Making double zero.
But I do think that just as a, New River Valley Community Services, we, provide all kinds of, of support and wraparound services and treatment. And so I think it's just a nice example of a collaborative effort. And then the local advisory committee members, I agree, because I think those are those positive community connections that a lot of our participants haven't had in the past that are going to continue when we're no longer there. And so when they've made those connections, that's who they can reach out to, and I think that's been great. And they are just the kindest,
No, there were
best.
three
Yeah.
of them in the parking lot this morning handing out cookies.
Yeah, and I did want to mention Ms.
It's
Thompson.
24 degrees outside. They're out there handing out-
Ms. Thompson, and groceries, they had a
And
bag of
groceries,
groceries,
yeah.
so Ms. Thompson with the library also has reached out, and she's come to a couple of drug court meetings and wants to kind of partner and make sure that our participants know the resources that the library can benefit. And she was actually part of who was outside handing out
I think she
groceries this
baked
morning.
them.
Oh, she baked the cookies?
She
Okay.
actually baked the cookies,
So,
yeah.
So it's been great.
Well, thanks. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you. I do have a couple of hard copies of the narrative, so I'm going to leave a couple if that's okay. And that way, in the event that I leave and my brain fails me.
I'll give this to Doug.
can you
We
give
didn't
one?
have
Oh, yeah.
this one.
And then I will, and can you, I'm just gonna give them a copy of these narratives, and that way they have it. I didn't have enough to print for everybody,
Okay.
but I had enough to print some, and here's some, yeah, so that's good. Yeah, I guess so, I used quite a bit of them. I knew I didn't have quite enough, but I tried to print some. But I'll send an electronic as well. So. Okay.
That's what I was gonna say, they can give me mine later.
All right, ready?
Yeah.
And so impressed with all the
No, no,
technology.
no, no, no.
Oh, man. You guys are smoking.
We're not letting you in on it.
We're about 5 minutes up, but I will still take a motion to go in closed session under 2.2-3711A6, discussion or consideration of the investment of public funds where competition or bargaining is involved, where if made public initially, the financial interest of the governmental unit would be adversely affected.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second.
All right, and so this is on the motion to go into closed session under 2.2-3711A6, discussion or consideration of the investment of public funds where competition or bargaining is involved, where if made public initially, the financial interest of the governmental unit would be adversely affected, and this specifically relates to some contract negotiations. I know Steve would want me to make sure to offer just slightly more clarity. So with that, I believe it was Ms. Cookenbook.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
and Mr. Turner.
Yes.
All right, we're going to close session.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second, call roll.
All right. On the motion to come out of closed session, Ms. Cookenbook.
Yes.
Mr. Cox.
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold.
Yes.
Mr. Booth.
Yes.
And Mr. Terman, sorry.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's all right, you told me anything.
While you're late for dinner.
There you
That's
go.
right. All right, so
Probably a
you,
lot more.
you're officially out of closed session. Thank you.
Okay. Now I'll take a certification motion, we only discuss those things we went into closed session for.
So moved.
I'll second.
All right, on the certification that we only discuss things that were under the topic we were supposed to discuss at closed session under 2.2-3711A6. Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
Thank you. You've now certified. All right.
No action item on that, if you continue on with yours, it's
Sorry, sir?
your report.
Move to my report?
Yeah.
Happy to do so. So we've gone through the arts grant, the outdoor classroom, and most of EMS. The only other thing I need to mention about EMS is we did put together some written kind of questions and answers that were raised at the first meeting. So those will be sent out hopefully this week with those written responses. So they'll have some responses in writing as requested. A couple of the other easier things to do first. Let's see, you will be getting some correspondence, I believe, from Abby about the ACES program. Just wanted to make you aware that as she expected, the Tobacco Commission is not funding general ed at the community college. So for those of you that are not familiar with the ACES program, it is a program that has been funded primarily through a partnership with the county, the community college, and the Tobacco Commission. So folks who are going to the community college could be supported in that effort. And it requires them to do a community service component, which has been that portion has been administered through this office. So just to make you aware, Abby will probably be reaching out to us. We've asked her to put her request in writing for some support, even for some current year expenses, and then, of course, her regular budget request. So wanted to make you aware of that. And related to the ACES program, assuming that continues, probably my understanding is their hope is to continue it for at least the STEM and health students. That's the ones that the Tobacco Commission feels like are within what they want to fund. We've talked to them, I've had Ladina talk to Abby a little bit about having them focused on 3 particular areas instead of them having to go find their own community service and get documentation, and then Kim having to chase it down. It becomes very labor intensive for everyone. That their options would be to either help us with trail maintenance on the days that the Partnership for Floyd is out on doing scheduled maintenance on the Dodd Creek Trail. That's option 1. Option 2 would be to help staff the tourist office, a visitor center, for the county and the town for tourism purposes. And then the third would potentially be an internship type position with EMS to hopefully get some of those STEM and health-related students interested in the program. So that's kind of where we're going on that, assuming that's okay. Yes, sir.
When she brings her budget and all that, we'll have a breakdown of what Floyd County's portion that the tobacco money was covering. It'll be broke down by county and not district-wide.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, the list she brought me back when I started actually showed down to the student, so, yes, yeah, we can do that.
Dealing with Angie
Angie, yes, I said Abby, I was mistaken,
Yeah.
it's Angie.
I was just about to do
Yeah, I was
that.
I was getting ready to say there was a different person in the mix.
I was just about to say that.
Now,
It's
you-
understandable, you're getting to know all these new people.
I do
Thank
that
you.
all the time.
Now, you
Yeah,
said you
Angie
were
Covey.
asking them to concentrate in the 3 areas that they still considered?
Well, what we had asked them is to get the students to concentrate their community service in one of those
Just
three.
the community service?
The community service side,
Right,
yes.
right.
It was not my intention to communicate that anyway. The county was limiting their course of study.
Right,
The
right.
limitation on course of study for reimbursement is the Tobacco Commission.
That's what I wanted to get clear,
Yes,
because the
thank
way
you.
it sort of came across, it was kind of like we were limiting, so.
Yes, thank you. Yes. Let's see on the next one. Again, so one of my more unusual challenges this week has been Eric Bransom came to see me yesterday and informed me that animal control will be taking control of a fairly sizable herd of cattle due to negligence. And so he said, congratulations. And when I spoke to Sheriff Craig about it, he reminded me that I could be a mother soon, too. At which point I told him I needed to visit a doctor, but that's a whole nother point. But in any case, so at some point, the reason I bring that oddity to your attention is we're trying to get everybody to work together, but you all know, as folks in this industry, there's not a lot of extra hay out there right now. And because this particular group of animals is so neglected that they also apparently have parasites, we can't just, it's more challenging. We can't just kind of offer them up and say, would people like to try to nurse these folks back? Because of
How
course it
large
could
is
be
this herd?
100 animals.
Okay.
And so feeding them will become costly.
Is an auction a option?
No, we can't, the challenge is that this has to go through the court system.
Oh, until it goes through the court system, you just have to maintain them.
Yes.
And then whatever the court rules,
Yep.
do we have recourse to recoup expenses?
So, Mr. Branson mentioned that he would attempt to do that because there is some property that is owned by this person. So he would give that a shot, and of course, if they're marketable at the end, that would also be an option, but getting them through at least, probably 6 weeks. That's a lot of hay that's not readily available. So we're kind of trying to work through that.
Or
I
would,
would figure 5-6 rows a day.
for that many at
That's
least? And that's on good
6
days.
weeks,
That's
yeah.
good days.
Yeah.
Bad weather days, it's gonna be more. Are we managing them all in place, or we can't do that?
I did ask about that, and the Commonwealth Attorney said that at this point, they are planning to move them to someone who has volunteered their property.
Oh, okay.
Just because of the concern that if the person that allowed these animals to get to this level was to continue to hold them.
Have no access, don't want access to it.
Right. And their status has been established by, they had a vet come out from Virginia Tech. And so that person is apparently willing to testify.
So you do have a property that they can be moved to.
Who's
So
willing to
far.
testify? I missed
No.
that.
They have, so as part of putting together this case, they did have a vet come out from Virginia Tech.
Oh, gotcha.
Yes. And they did show me some pictures. And
So you talking at least 300 rows of hay
yep, and I'm guessing if we
At
can find it,
minimum.
yeah,
and
50.
Depending on the size of the roll and the quality of the
I
hay.
figured on a 4x4 row. No.
No.
Find somebody.
So I did go over and talk to our ag extension agent about this. And, yes, he said, as you all know very well, there is a real challenge right now related to feed for animals. And oddly enough, our global situation is playing into that. So Just let you know, this potentially, Eric said he came by because this will likely impact our budget. We'll see
Well,
pretty sizable
if-
bills, so we'll start
if-
working on that.
I don't know if they still do it, but at one time, I'm not gonna say their name, but a farm store down 221, they had connections where they would bring hay in from Canada and up that area. Now, I'm talking the big square bales, not round bales. But that may be another contact to, I
Okay.
mean, if we're gonna have to buy it and we can't find locally, then that, I don't know if they still have that contact, and you know I don't wanna say what business, but you know which one I'm talking about.
I've been watching that ad on Facebook for the 3x3 8-foot rows or square bales. They come out of New York, but you gotta buy so many in Dodge River. So if you can find
That's
somebody
another-
else, that'd be a good place.
Yeah.
Cause way out a big row, a square bale like it.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Probably a long shot, but I mean, it wouldn't be nothing that Virginia Tech would assist with since they're needing vet care and sort of like a project.
That was my idea of going up to see Mr. Best.
Yeah.
I was like, could you
Yeah.
help us? So he was gonna see what they
Okay.
could do, but thank you for that. Yes, because he started to explain to me all the things you all know
Yeah.
about how you would have to rid them of parasites and all of that. So,
Depends on what kind of parasites they got. The life's no big problem, but the internal worms is,
That takes a while and
Yeah.
a lot of medicine.
that's where whoever takes them on their property's gotta realize if they got internal parasites, they're gonna contaminate their farm.
They're gonna
That's
have
something
to,
they should probably sign off on or something.
yeah, that they are
'Cause I mean, that
aware.
would be, the county would be putting them out there.
Yeah,
that's a good
And I
point.
understand now from what you just said that animal control is taking the lead on this.
I have talked to Sheriff Craig about it, and then I'll follow up, and we'll follow up after that and see
All
where
right,
we
thank
are.
you.
I'm just alerting you at this point.
yeah,
If Sarah's got it, I guarantee you she's following it.
yeah.
Yeah, I
And
think it was
we'll
Chase
have
that
a cost
contacted,
associated with it.
I don't know if they'd want to go to that extent or not, but I mean, I've seen where they put some of that stuff in a media press release onto the news
Yeah.
and the community.
Public, yeah.
I mean, in terms of that, hey,
You'd have to wait till the animals were actually taken.
Right.
yeah.
But the county can recoup their money when these animals are sold, right?
That's my understanding from Mr. Branson.
But you may have somebody in the community, from
Yeah.
a press release, want to donate
That's a good
something.
idea.
Yeah, sort of a GoFundMe,
in Carroll County.
but not really.
Right, right.
You know,
Go
Go Amy.
We've been
Go
making
Amy.
some money.
I'm thinking hunters of the hungry. Hey,
Okay, on a personnel, on a people note. You probably all have noticed that Alicia is not up front anymore, and she tenured her resignation a little while ago. And so we are in the process, and Kim and I and Mark have been working on the posting for that, and I believe it should be in the paper this week. So we'll be looking for somebody to do both administrative support work and be the building clerk slash technician, building permit clerk slash technician. So you will hopefully see that in the paper on Thursday.
I think we should send her a nice, real thank you card, and, you know, that people sign it, and just let her know she was appreciated.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And be missed.
Yeah, thank you. We can have one for y'all too. And she did also sent one to the office, you know, thanking
Yeah,
all of
it's up
us,
there
so
on
that
the
was
board.
nice.
I read it.
Yes.
That she will be missed.
Okay, so we got 3 things left on my list, well, kind of 4, I guess. So, ARPA, you have before you this, and in fact, I'm gonna give you a slightly revised one that I just printed out while
okay,
Eddie
then I
was
won't even
speaking.
pull that one out.
It says V2. It looks exactly the same to you all from the front, but it says V2. I would love one. If not, I can use the old one because I know what the difference is.
Thank you.
So, and I did not print out all of the applications for you all again. This is the original set, and then there's a couple of more. I'm hoping that most of you will allow us to load them onto your iPad to be able to read. But if that is not what you would prefer, we can print them out as well. But I did want you to have at least a high-level look, kind of where you are. And for the new folks, of course, the federal government rolled out ARPA funds to local governments. This is previously was CARES Act, and that has all been expended and closed out, and now we have ARPA funds. Floyd County will get a total of $3.1 million. It's at the very bottom. $3,059,059 will be the total that we will receive, and we received exactly half of that in our first allocation, which is in the bank. And then, of course, the other will come later. So what you'll see on here, kind of in the order mostly that they came in, with a little bit of variance, but if you'd like, I'll kind of briefly walk through them just in case you weren't as familiar. Of course, the first one was the VATI application to match citizens' telephone funding, and that would bring us, when that is completed, will bring us to 100% coverage, 1 gig for the county. And I think I mentioned last meeting and put here, we are pretty much, it's a race between us, Grayson, and Surrey County, and mostly Surrey County to get this done. So we're excited about that, and we've already met with DHCD and move forward on all the paperwork, so we're ready to go there. The Floyd County Sheriff's Office was, of course, also one of the first things that you all did, and that was a one-time $3,000 hazard duty pay bonus, and that was essentially to the folks that are under the comp board receive funding, that $3,000, and this was to make everybody that was not funded under the comp board get the same amount. So that's been paid in full. The Floyd County PSA asked for a little over a total of $2 million, and for the first allocation was $878,000. And so you all agreed to do that, and we actually did a legal agreement with them, given the size of the contribution. The check's provided, and the PSA has that funding, and it appears they're working through it. So moving on, Plenty. That's what the change was. I had mistakenly put 15,000, it was 17,000. So that's the correction. And so they had requested more than that, 94,000 for several things, but the board at the time decided that the part they wanted to fund, primarily because there had been a lot of funds expended to Plenty under the CARES program, is to cover essentially an extension on their building, an overhang that would make it easier when the weather is bad for folks to pick things up there. Then we get into some of the things that have been discussed before. The Combined District Court of Floyd County asked for premium pay for at-risk essential work and building repair. The Clerk of Court also requested premium pay for at-risk essential work. And those are pending some analysis that you've asked us to do, and Kim will go through here in just a second, but it's in your packet. So if we don't mind, I'll circle back to that after we go through the list. Next is Floyd Tourism. That's to continue the expansion and continuation of the Shop Floyd VA efforts, which was a lot of getting our merchants online and marketing of our merchants in the community. And that was funded and as requested, and the town is actually the fiscal agent for tourism, so they're just going to give us receipts as they expend the funds. That's what we've worked out with them. What is new in here next is the playground equipment. There has been much discussion about the state of the playground equipment at the park, and so Kim handed to you when you came in today what Jacob has written up as his, I will say, what he would really, really love to see list, as opposed to the basic bare bones list. So recognizing this is not the Chevy option. So
Or the Cadillac?
it's closer to, yes, the Cadillac option. He does have quotes in the back of that, so you know where all those numbers came from. So the total in the packet is $149,415 for everything. And it is a total redo of everything related to the playground, itemized. And so, of that, 78,000 is directly the replacement and expansion of traditional playground equipment. And then the rest of it has to do with redoing the shelter and some of the other things that are detailed there. And certainly not asking you to make any decisions about that, but wanted to give you a little background, and then again, you have the list there. I will say, part of why I didn't put the full amount down, he's been, sorry,
Does this go in tandem with the survey now that's gonna
Yes.
go out, though?
yes,
Right.
thank you for bringing that, I appreciate that. Yes, it goes in tandem with that, and hopefully will complement some of the other work that we already talked about is going on up there, related to the outdoor classroom. The hope would be, and what he had laid out in his proposal, though not necessarily for the same level I was looking at, is to get some private donations and that kind of thing in to help support as well. So that's part of why I put more like 50 to 75, because that felt closer to what you all might be comfortable with. Although, if you wanted, it's up to you if you want to go 0 or 149,000 or anything in between, obviously.
Can we be sure and emphasize our signage and naming of various things policy with those donations, that we're not looking to do that anymore?
Okay, we can.
Emphasize that with him,
Well, because
that,
some of the things that are in there are like having bricks named after you and those kind of things. So all of that is just thrown on the table for discussion.
well, but where do you draw the line?
I know.
But anyway, just remember, I mean, we're honoring some of what was done. I don't know when that'll run out, but, you know,
Yes,
so.
okay. Fair enough. I will recall that and I'll mention that to Jacob. Any more questions on that? Okay. The next item is also new, and I have copies here. Paper copies, since it is new. Oh, no, this is, yeah, because it is new. I think there should be enough there. This is for funding for HVAC at the Innovation Center. And it has to do with HVAC duct cleaning and adding ionization at the Innovation Center.
This was what Ladina brought
Yes,
up?
yes, so this is what Ladina mentioned at the previous meeting, I think in passing. Okay. So, and then next is the funding that you had already approved, but had asked that they expend their current budget first and then start drawing this down, but this is to help fund the support of the 24/7, 365 staff covering for ADMS. On the next side, we went ahead and added, because of the other request and some of the questions, other Floyd County office workers, premium pay for at-risk essential work, and to cover non-management employees who have not yet received COVID-related additional pay. So we were trying to think through what you all might want to do related to that, because, there have been many other offices that have been impacted outside of the ones that have been touched to date. It's obviously a policy choice of you all, but felt like that's something you would want to know about. So that's also part of Kim's analysis. Then finally, the last two items on here, this next one, some of you have seen before, is to replace some of the HVAC systems in this building. For those of you that are new, if you go down that hallway, it occasionally rains and sometimes sleets coming through the HVAC. So it's somewhat challenging, and that building also has some challenges. And then finally, Floyd County COVID sick leave reimbursement, and this is on there kind of for two reasons. One, we wanted to make you aware, we don't have an exact number yet, but a very large portion of the county staff at this point has now taken somewhere between 4 and 10 days. 10 days was the maximum that you all offered for COVID sick pay. And of course, we all, as someone who used that, I will tell you, I appreciate it. Thank you. And everyone has appreciated it. but it's become pretty sizable amount. So wanted to go ahead and it's coming out of essentially your contingency. So to put that on the table, and the other reason I put that on the table is related to the second part of the ARPA discussion. So if there are any questions, these are the requests right now. If there are any questions about the request. So we received from our auditor an update in their read of the final rule. As you recall, ARPA, we've been living under a temporary rule. So the final rule offers a standard allowance for revenue loss of up to $10 million. So previous version said you had to prove a revenue loss, and were not able to prove a revenue loss. And candidly, most counties in Virginia were not able to prove a revenue loss. Some municipalities did, but not many counties. But this, what Scott gave us as the final rule offers a standard allowance for revenue loss of up to $10 million, not to exceed our award amount, and allows recipients to select between that standard amount, or we could calculate our own, which of course we would not do. It provides a mechanism to reduce the administrative burden that may be required for alternative uses of the funds. So you still have all the same categories you had before, but now you have this broader one that essentially, and we've both kind of clarified with Scott, because we were like, really? But that it could be used to support any other items that are normal local government work, and potentially either things that we've already paid for or things that you would do going forward. And given that that is such a dramatic shift, you'll note I did not put an action item on any of this, because I figured you might want to think about that and maybe even think about it as you think about the budget. But wanted to kind of get all that on the table. And then after you digest that, Kim's got the details on the salaries, or on the hazard pay, if you're ready for that. Sorry to dump so much at once, but
Yeah, that's a lot to,
it's a lot to think through. So again, that's why I didn't put it on as an action item, just let y'all know and kind of think through it, and then we can circle back.
Do you want to talk about that board management team retreat thing?
Sure, we can do that. And I don't want to forget that Kim's got these other related numbers too.
She's
so-
got more numbers to go with this.
Yeah.
Oh, whoa, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't mean to,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
yeah, thank you.
It's old business as
It's
well.
listed as, yeah, that's, so. You get to use this.
Oh, thanks. If you look, you'll see in your packet, this says hazardous pay. The top section that's divided by a shaded gray line were the actual two departments that requested hazard pay through ARPA. The original total request for the two of them was $58,880. That included additional staff that are no longer a part of the county, and also one management person, which the conversation that, if I remember correctly, is that you wanted to be consistent, and also asked that I go back and revisit the risk determination that was laid out for the original people that received hazard pay. Very high received $5 an hour, high received $4 an hour, and there was some medium low that received $3 an hour. The medium low, when I looked at the descriptions of the risk determination, there was even less risk within these, I don't want to say administrative departments, but less public or community contact than what was paid prior at a $3 an hour medium to low risk determination. So what I went ahead and did is, and also their original request was based on, one department was based on over 12 months, and then the other was around 12 months. We did not do that. We did that on two different separate payments for a 10-month total. So what I did again is I took 10 months into 40 hours. I got a number. the average time off for tenure and confirmation from the constitutional officers that they were able at times to work from home was approximately, on average, about 6 weeks. So I deducted the 6 weeks out and pretty much came up with a base average of 1,500 hours over a 10-month period of time. Okay? So that goes back to the tables. Again, the top half is from what was actually submitted to the board as part of the ARPA that Dr. Millsap just explained. And then I went ahead and added, because it was a conversation that you want to, do we do it for all? So the top is $3, $2, $1, how you want to determine the risk determination. And then the top half, like I said, was requested. The bottom half is in totality for the county.
Again, it excludes all management personnel.
And I'm sorry, thank you, Dr. Millsap. The original request was a management person who added that portion because consistency, management was not paid in the first round. Brian Craig, Sherelle, those management people were not paid hazard pay. So I eliminated the management part to keep it consistent as requested.
They're out there just like the rest of them.
I'm sorry?
I said they're out there just like the rest of them.
And again, we're not necessarily asking you for any decision today unless you want to make one, but just wanted to get you the information you requested.
So you're saying that the total, if we use the $3 amount, the total to keep everybody on the even keel comes out to $51,750.
That's correct. You also have a risk determination that may warrant a conversation or to look at because of the less
Well,
community contact.
that was gonna be my next one. Basically, most all these would be rated the same, wouldn't they,
Yes,
on this sheet?
they are rated all the same,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah. And as far as exposure and that kind of stuff,
that is correct.
How do you
And-
mean?
well,
So if I
in the
might-
office setting, you've got people coming in and out. And it's just like in the court, you got people coming in and
And
out.
also adjustments were made during that time to limit community contact, things of, emails, phone calls. We put up plexiglass, we kind of, other than just maybe a few people, up here, up front, the contact was lessened due to COVID.
And
to the community.
if I might, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Kim, I think also where Kim started with this is, so the original infectious disease plan, so not the one that you all have discussed and modified since I've been here, but the original one, when COVID started, divided all of the staff out into different categories of risk. And then how they were to behave at work and those kind of things were all tied to that. You all, my understanding was, made some policy choices that the folks that were determined in that chart that you all, in that infectious disease plan, that you all said, yes, these are high-risk categories. The sheriff's office, EMS, I think the transfer station. So you all determined they were high risk. Then you later used that to say, okay, because they were high risk, we're going to give them this amount of pay as opposed to these people. So that's where the determination was made, was back in that document. And so Kim went back and to your point, Mr. Booth, all of these folks were listed in kind of that last category. So that's why my guess is policy-wise, you all had not at the time chosen to touch them financially. But now that
Right.
it's come up with the two.
Right, and what was, is that what the dollar one is, the lowest group?
Well, what it
You've got
is-
$3, $2, and $1.
Right, because on the risk determination form, there was descriptions that depicted each one. And a lot of them were low, but the descriptions indicated minimal community contact. So because some of those had, or actually all of these had that, I gave you an opportunity to look at the 3, 2, and 1 because of the expanded description.
And the high risk level, is that the one, what do we do those at? $5?
$5,
Okay.
yes. Very high was 5.
Right, okay, that's just where I was trying to get back in my head, that the high risk,
Yes.
So, from what I'm hearing, you laid this out to us. Do you feel, or I guess I shouldn't ask you, I mean, it's obviously going to be our decision to make, but of all of the employees, does everybody fit into one column? Or is it best to allocate sort of an in-between and go for the $2 an hour?
So the reason I gave the opportunity for 3, 2, and 1, I'm sorry, my
It'll make your
apologies.
life easier
Yeah,
later.
later, yeah. Is pretty much these particular departments, probably the only difference would be maybe here up front because we're still having contact that was a little bit more open community-wise coming in. However, are fairly similar, and their descriptions were similar, where contact with the community was lessened or minimal. Plexiglass, things have been put in place as, for assistance in that manner for safety. However, because the risk determination only went to the last level was low, and the last time we paid a department in the past, or CARES, was low, I gave the $3 option. But the descriptions would indicate that their level was even less than low, but it didn't depict that on the original form. Does that make sense?
So then an equitable solution would be to give a $2.
Look at that.
Yes, I mean, I put that there because I think that should be a higher consideration.
So, and also because I think that kind of follows with your earlier policy choices of those of you that are still on the board. So we're trying to follow that along.
And the removal of the original request of the management individual, so.
So because I'm new to this
Yes.
and I wasn't here when these other determinations were made, am I correct in understanding that these new requests for compensation are people that were determined to not be of need in compensation because of their risk? So their risks were low enough that they did not meet compensation?
No.
Okay.
No, it was a matter of, request at the time.
Okay.
well, it was requested at the time, and y'all correct me, we were going for the most exposed first. I mean, I think we all anticipated something like this coming later, but those first payouts and first reactions was Sheriff's Department,
Right.
EMS, the
Transfer
landfill,
station.
because those were very high risk, so we chose to do the high risk ones
Right,
first.
because I see, like, as an example, the library, was the library even really open to the public? Or was it just remote requests and drop-offs and
It
pickups?
was
Some of
curb-
both.
It was
Right.
both curbside. We tried, as the library board representative, they tried to open as quickly as they could. When they didn't, they did curbside, so they were in contact with people.
Yeah.
But very minimal,
Right.
right? Okay, thank you.
And if I might, and you all might remember better than me, but my understanding of the other reason that you all were focused on more high risk is the original money that was used to pay those was CARES Act money,
Right.
which had a different standard. And then even before the new rule, the ARPA standard, when it first came out, was much broader. So the CARES money was supposed to be targeted to your highest risk folks. Okay,
I
two
don't have
quick,
a problem doing the $2 one myself. If you wanna go ahead and do it and be done with it.
I think,
I mean,
I kind of agree, Jerry. I think that many of our employees did a lot of work during this time, and we do have the ability to do it. I would be in favor of the $2.
well, and a lot of I mean, not just our employees here, but all these offices did them.
No, yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
that is,
yeah,
yeah, I
yeah.
meant countywide employees.
Countywide
Yeah.
employees. I think that, you know, it's considerable less than what they asked for, but, I think I could live with the $2.
You want to put that in on the motion?
Well, I want you, we need to discuss whether we need, if, I'm not putting you on the hook or nothing. My hooks don't have a
Just take it
barb
all
on
in.
it, by the way, so you can get off there.
Take it all
You're
in.
very easily. I'd just like to hear from everybody, you included, you
Yeah,
know.
well, I done told you, I'm listening, I'm
Right.
putting up what I need of y'all, so. Go ahead.
I would be somewhat hesitant to do the $2 an hour. I wonder when the requests for compensation for doing a job is gonna, when that will stop. You know, a lot of people did completely lose their jobs during COVID and have no compensation, and our employees did continue to receive compensation and benefits through COVID. And I think we need to keep our budget in mind, that these funds are limited.
Following back up on Ms. King, who was here for the courts. So the sheet that she gave us or presented to us with those figures. And then back into what you've supplied us. We're talking about the same request basically here, right?
Same request, but lower
Right.
of dollar amount.
Right, lower dollar
Right.
amount. But yes,
Okay.
this would be part of,
Because we came up with 1,500 hours compared to their request
I think she.
or their estimation of however many hours.
right. Yeah, it's been reduced.
So, yeah, so, oh no, so, Mr. Cox, so, the original request,
Yeah,
for
okay.
just the combined district court was $22,400. And then she had also put in a request to fix the building, which is a whole completely
Yeah.
separate issue, but, that's how much her original request was for her office.
And then these other departments, we haven't actually had formal requests.
So the 122.4 is represented up at the top, and then the other request also came in pretty much around that time, and that total was 32,000 because she had more employees, as well as, and now those employees are not.
We're still talking about the courts.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's two different departments. I wanna
Okay,
make sure you.
okay. But like the Commissioner of Revenue, Treasurer, Library Administration, they haven't actually came and made
No.
the formal request.
And
Okay,
prior to you guys, that was one of the requests, was the words that were very dominant were being consistent and making sure I got all the information, which was the very high, the risk determination, who got that, how much. And then if we were gonna be consistent, give the opportunity of the board to see not only who requested it, but also the other departments, you know, so.
That haven't requested.
That's correct. That is correct.
is this the remaining departments? Okay.
That's why I was talking about just going ahead.
How much,
It is this is the remaining departments that would be
Is this-
requesting.
is this the amount, 288,000 that's remaining,
From the
Sir,
first.
or from the first?
Chairman, Mayor,
Yes.
the only department that this does not include is social services down there, and I need to go down and do do my due diligence with regards to if anything was given by the state or something to that nature. So when I find that out, I'll bring that back.
this comes out of money we have now, not out of future money that we'll be getting
Right.
later on.
Right.
Right.
Because we just got half of that 3 million right now.
So, yes,
Yes.
and can I just refer back to this? So we were given, so right now we have to work with is 1,069,543, correct?
So, no, so,
No.
sorry, your availability is on the right side.
Right.
So the little more than 3 million is the 2 cycles.
Correct,
So the amount that we received is slightly under 1.6.
right,
And then on the left is what you have already expended. We've sent the checks, kind of thing.
correct, 1,069,543.
Right, and then you have in addition committed a 171, that's the EMS number. So leaving the total that you've utilized as 1.2, which leaves you $288,000.
Of the first
Remaining.
allocation,
Of the first
allocation.
of the first allocation.
Yes, and then there'll be another, to your point, ma'am, another 1.5 million.
Correct.
that will-
When does that have to be used by?
I think it's been used by
2024.
Yeah, 2024.
And when do we get the next allocation? Have they given us a date on that?
It's probably, it will be at least late summer, because it was gonna be at least a year from the.
I was gonna say July, August, somewhere in that area, or maybe even September, depending on how the state does it. Because the longer they keep it in their coffers, the more interest they gain off of it too, so.
Does this come as a one-time check to the employees, or?
Yes,
It's not a raise or anything.
No,
like
It's just a
It's just a-
one-time
that. It's just a.
supplement check?
it's like a bonus.
Yeah.
I was going through my, old, minutes and files this past weekend, looking for a couple of different things, and, it is interesting that, when we first did our CARES money, I echoed similar sentiments to what you had, just said. But then I had a caveat that said that even though many people had lost their jobs, as we have seen, those that did lose their jobs were able to obtain very generous unemployment benefits through 2020 and 2021, extended childcare credits and such, just lots of different ways that they were compensated for. I think that recognizing the work that our county employees did throughout this entire pandemic, that not just in, their contact with the public, but under extraordinarily difficult circumstances at times, trying to keep county government working, functioning, and the other things that went on through 20 and 21. I still feel that it's important for us to recognize their commitment to their jobs and just their desire to do the work that's asked of them under very trying and extenuating circumstances. So I still think that $2 for this one time over the, over all of our departments is something that I think we should do.
The ones that wasn't able to work at a lower risk than these people that actually got out here and worked in it, really. And that's the only reason I'd like to see this, put a bonus give to them, because they couldn't sit at home or do anything like that. They got out here and kept us going.
Yep.
It really fascinated me that we didn't have more people call in and say, I don't want to work. Yeah. I don't wanna put
That was a
myself
big
at
worry,
risk.
that was a big worry at
Yeah,
first.
yeah, yeah.
Because in that first option, you could have opted out
Yeah.
and,
You take transfer station.
Oh, my.
If they'd have said, look, I'm handling their trash every day, I ain't putting myself in that risk, they could have really put a hurting on us. You know, and Brian's people or the EMS say, hey, you know, I'm not coming to work, you know, forget it. I mean, we'd be in a world of hurt. So we need that knowledge that they came out and carried them, you know. That's all I have to say on that. It's up to you now.
I'll make a motion with,
Yeah.
and no disregard to your opinion either, please.
Yeah.
But, I understand where you're coming from. I'll make a motion that we, grant the hazard pay in the amount of $2 and that the total being $40,500 to come out of the 288,079 and apply it to all the departments that's listed here.
I'll second that motion.
Did that do what you needed? I know it's awful wordy, but.
Okay.
Motion second, any other discussion?
That takes us
This
down.
is for current employees, correct?
I'm sorry.
For
Yes.
current employees,
Yes,
not people who've already
definitely.
left.
Yes, no, current employees, and it doesn't include the, department head, right? Right, I just want to make sure, so everybody's on the same page. It does not include the department head.
So this is the number of employees, like administration, we're looking at four people.
Okay. All right, are you ready, Ms. Chair? All right, on the motion to pay out the hazard pay at $2 an hour as presented from the current allocation of ARPA funds for a total amount of $40,500. Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
all right, and Mr. Turner.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Appreciate it. And thank you, Kim, for a lot of work. You probably have no idea how many hours that took, so thank you. All right, Mr. Chair, my final items, real quickly, so I'll move to the board and management team retreat. We had, yes, ma'am.
Can I ask, are some of the other things on here that possibly are sort of time is of the essence? The reason why I'm asking is, I know the Innovation Center's HVAC, from what I remember reading and then what we got today, was kind of in a critical need, wasn't it? Wasn't the filters?
Yes, so it turns out you are correct. The filters had been unattended for some time.
10 years.
And so when they were, yes, so,
I don't see how it even worked.
yes.
Some
Me
should
neither.
have burned up.
Thank goodness it didn't.
Yes, and so, but two is also, it's to clean them, but also add the ionization. So it is a two-part request. Would you
So,
like to do
For
that?
me, the ionization part's the biggest.
And so the amount on that was $12,098. And the, what Ladina has submitted and you all have before you includes, you know, those are quotes. So that's a known amount.
You think and go ahead and do it, and
that's kind of where I'm coming from.
what do you think? Or what does staff think? I mean, we, I know y'all don't get a vote here, but you do get to voice your opinions.
Well, actually, that innovation center comes down to a health issue.
Right.
And, you know, we was just blessed that during the 10 years that somebody should have been changing them and they wouldn't change, that we didn't end up with people with black mold and stuff like that. We need to clean it up, you know, for their health anyway.
Now that we know.
And, yeah, and now that we know, I think it's incumbent on us that we move on it, you know, since we,
Whose responsibility was it to maintain these the HVAC system at the Innovation Center.
The guy that's no longer here. that
Okay,
was supposed to
fair enough.
maintain.
So we're
Yes.
we're
It
just
was our
cleaning out.
county's.
Okay,
Yeah.
That was,
Fair enough.
even though all that's in the EDA's name, our people, our person was supposed to maintain
oh,
it.
okay. So it was our responsibility
We
the
found out
entire
that he
time.
wasn't.
Fair, yeah, very good.
They got to smell an odor in the building, and then when they got to investigating, they found
That's how
out
they found it.
filters hadn't been cleaned. So,
In fact, what'd you say finally? Yeah, I know it was at least 10 years, maybe 11
11.
years.
So we're not paying to clean up our neighbor's yard.
oh, no.
Okay.
We clean our own up.
No, we're just trying to get it up to speed now, protect him.
Mr. Chairman, if you would like,
With,
yeah, I'll make a motion that we, out of our ARPA grant monies, give the Innovation Center HVAC system $12,098 to fix all the HVAC duct cleaning and add ionization to the building at the Innovation Center.
I'll second.
motion second, any other discussion? Call the roll.
All right. On the motion to use $12,098 of the county's current allocation of ARPA funds to fund the request for equipment and labor for HVAC duct cleaning and adding ionization at the Innovation Center. Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, that is approved. Thank you.
Moving onward.
They'll be excited. Thank you.
One other question I might have on this. Can you get us a bit more of a breakdown on what has to be done in this building? I know right now we're down to 235, 481, so that's less than what we have been requested to do. If we can start on this, maybe replace the raining and sleeting in the hallway, maybe, I don't know, but do you think we can,
Yes, we will ask Mr. Bolt to get us a quote, and,
that way if we can start making progress,
yes. And may I ask you to also consider, if he's gonna do that, to also get a quote for any changes needed in the other building, at least so we would have it.
Just
When
so
we
can-
start
The
moving-
Carillion,
Yeah.
The one, well, the room that has currently has extension
Oh,
and
rec-
recreation.
oh, okay.
And will
That
eventually
building.
have social services. So some of this may be taken care of in the renovation when all that movement occurs. But if it's all right, if he's asking for quotes, that we ask for a quote for those separately.
Yeah,
Is that all
We
right?
have that on our radar anyway.
absolutely.
well, and what about the building with the conference room? Carillion building?
Brilliant.
What's the situation in heat and air there?
It has not changed, so it's a window unit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so it, maybe look at that since that is being used for conference rooms and various stuff.
Okay.
Maybe look at the price on that too.
Okay. We'll ask him to look for
I'm just thinking,
prices.
taking care of what we need to
Yeah.
ourselves.
So I'll
I mean,
ask
we've
Mr.
been generous to everybody else, but if we can spend that on that, then we don't have to raise taxes and take money out of taxpayers' pockets to fix it.
Okay. So I will ask Mr. Bolt to get us quotes for all three of these buildings, but to itemize separately, so you
Yes,
can
please.
choose which, if any, you would like to do at what time. All right? We will do that.
And that's with ionization of all of them, right? I mean,
Sure, we can do
might
that.
as well.
Not have it. You can get estimates and then not include that in the
Yeah,
work order.
so,
All right. On my section, sorry to continue on so long, we have two more items real quick, and then we do have one action item related to a shared drive. I had asked the chairman about would he have some interest in us maybe having a board and board and senior management retreat. Kind of 2/3 of a day would be up at the, where the regional commission is housed, so the meeting that, the meeting room we were in, and would be hosted and facilitated by Kevin Bird, who runs the New River Valley Regional Commission. So this is not a, go out to a fancy place or anything like that. It's just go to a different government office building that has a bigger room. So I spoke to, Kevin and I have been communicating back and forth a little bit, but we spoke even this morning about that, and he would be happy to do that with us. And he does it frequently with other communities. We just haven't been doing that as much. And kind of the hope would be is a little bit of everybody getting to know each other a little bit better in a little more casual setting. And also give you all an opportunity to think through at a high level. So not an actual budget deep dive, anything like that, but at a high level, what are some of your priorities? And also have some of the members of senior staff come in and talk you through. These are kind of the big things that they see from a staff standpoint that are coming up, and let you know kind of what we see, what you're facing over the next several years, not just the next budget cycle, but things like the radio system as an example, but there's also many other things. And Mr. Chair, I don't know if you wanted to add more to that.
I was just gonna ask, didn't we have one of these since you've been on the board?
They did it the first year Justin and I came
Yeah.
on.
Yeah.
And even with my previous experience, it helped me understand what the board itself had been looking at. And we had the EDA involved and different, and got a big broader picture of where the county's been and where it's kind of headed. It helped me tremendously, and I know Justin said that it helped him as well, but.
It'd help our two new members immensely.
Yeah.
And now
It all helped.
while Richmond is fresh on your mind, this will help you to file, but
Yeah.
you ever.
Yeah.
Well, I was
Focus it
I was
on
going to defer to them because I think it'll help us too, but it really, the benefits, I think, is to y'all, if
Yep.
y'all are interested in it. And they do have little treats. It's not a full meal, but they do provide snacky stuff along the way.
And it's a pretty
If that
drive over
helps.
the river and through
And
the
it's-
woods.
It's a casual,
Yes,
Yeah.
dress, you don't have to wear ties.
and it's casual discussion, just,
When nobody else here.
it's almost like
Yeah.
5 friends just sitting down and talking.
Yep.
Yeah, and, and then staff.
Well, yeah,
members
but-
and,
So what date?
I think it sounds like a good idea.
Good.
for lack of a better term, it's just a bull session.
Oh, with substance.
This was
Yeah.
substance.
Just don't
Yeah.
look for half.
So Kevin would be available on Fridays.
Okay.
And so we could look at several Fridays. If you want to pick one now, I can send out a
That's what you
poll.
I thought you meant this Friday, and I
No,
scratched my
I-
head, well, I know there's a meeting one morning, and then all kind of stuff going on. I didn't know if I was gonna make it this Friday, but
The
only
18th.
way I can make it this Friday is you up it to a full course meal,
Right.
then maybe.
Well, yeah, I don't think Kevin and I could get ready by this Friday either. So this will take a fair amount of work for us.
Why don't we put it the first Friday in March?
The
That would be
fourth.
the 4th.
Well, now,
That'd be
we've got a
too far
meeting,
off.
let's see. We moved our meeting, was it March to the
March
first
1st.
Tuesday?
First.
So staff's already got a meeting on,
Okay. I
The
have to
prayer.
put my day planner.
to prep
Well,
for.
that's, that's fine.
You sure?
I could do the 25th of February. Is that not good?
I'm okay with it.
I'll
I
make
have-
it work.
But I'm
The
gonna
25th, I have to do
I
a,
don't see nothing, I got wrote down, but that don't mean.
I don't have much wrote down on Fridays. I generally try and keep them open.
well,
That's the truth.
Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, I
Yeah.
try and keep them open if I can.
if I might, if you all wouldn't mind, February 25th is when I have to do my Black Bear Management
Oh, she's
meeting.
gonna be,
Okay.
she's
With-
in class.
Well, yeah.
Well,
So is the, how about March
4th of
4th?
March?
That'll also give us, even though it's the same week, since it's further out, we'll have more time.
Okay.
So I appreciate you thinking about us, though.
Well,
what,
shoot that with, double check that with Kevin, and if you
Okay.
would, just shoot out an email confirmed or not confirmed, and
what are we looking at, an all day again?
2:30.
that's pretty much what we did,
Yeah, 9
Before.
9 to 4, wasn't it?
something like that. But I think, didn't we did it on Saturday.
Yeah, we did it on a Saturday.
Yeah.
We were kind of, I mean, Kevin and I'll start working, so if you want to block that much, but I think we were kind of thinking more, almost like 2/3 of a day, just, you might wear out after 9 to 4, just, but we'll start working through an
Whatever,
agenda,
yeah.
yeah,
9 to 2.
yeah, something,
Whatever?
yeah,
Alright.
something along those lines.
Well, and I think part of the because we had, like I said, the EDA came in,
Okay,
and you had people that, on the EDA that, worked normal jobs that they couldn't get out of, so that's part of the reason we went on Saturday, so,
okay,
but wouldn't necessarily have to have the whole committee there. If you just had a couple that could come in, talk about their visions and,
yeah.
I can't remember, did we have somebody from the planning commission come in
I
too?
think we had planning commission,
EDA.
EDA, us, and I was trying to remember if, somebody went from town showed up too.
Will did, didn't he?
I don't think Will
Was it
did,
Will?
but I can't, but that may have been something else I was thinking about.
I can't recall, but I mean, it was a pretty good sized group. I mean, we filled that table up.
Yeah, yeah. And,
Yeah, we did. At Steve's office, yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think George came from EDA, so,
well,
EDA/board history,
okay, okay.
yeah.
And,
which is good.
and, we might see, I might, if you all like, check with Steve for his availability, if there's just a couple of things that he feels like is important.
I was getting ready to say,
Y'all
I'm
need to
pretty
know.
sure Steve and Adina was there.
Yeah, oh, yeah,
I was playing
definitely.
for Ladina, for,
Definitely Steve.
so I consider the senior staff essentially Kim and I, Mark, Kevin, and Ladina.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. We're the ones that meet Wednesday mornings after we do this.
Well,
Thank
if
you.
the EDA can send somebody, then you're right, with Dana or.
Could give an
Keep 'em
update.
up,
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. And
Okay, well, thank you, I'm excited about that.
you're
March
on the
4th.
planning commission, so you could, even though it's there for you to learn from, you could give some insight to the planning commission if you had to.
If I have anybody.
Yeah, but I would think,
All right.
I think some of them could be able to come knowing their situation, so.
If I might.
Yeah, no,
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, the last thing that I had was a quick transportation update, and then we can move to your final new business. So we have had a series of meetings, first with VDOT, and Mr. Clark was very kind. I think I told you last time to set up a good meeting with about 8 people from VDOT. And since then, we've met with Elijah on the regional commission staff. And so one of the things that we could potentially put on your list for at least starting to have the conversation is having them help us put together your wish list and order your wish list for transportation, and then they could help us start looking for, are there any options related to that? So want to let you know about that. There is one thing that has changed a little bit related to transportation. I won't ask you all to make any decisions today, but I wanted to give you a little background, and then I'll send you an email and we'll put it on the agenda for next time. There's been some concern before that a lot of VDOT projects require, depending which fund of money you use, may require the local government to maintain it. Such as the lights and crosswalks in town, that's that bucket of money. There is another very large bucket of money, which I've talked to some of you all about, which rolls out through the Smart Scale program. Currently, Floyd County is not eligible for any Smart Scale funds. because we don't have a particular area designated. You have to have a designation or meet some other criteria, which we would never meet. So there is a possibility, and again, that I'll send you the background and make sure something's in your packet. But there is a possibility that we could, if you all designate a particular area that meets certain statutory requirements in the county, then we could start applying for smart scale funding. And in talking to the regional commission folks, there is one project in particular that they thought might be worth us applying for and might actually score fairly well, which has to do with the intersection of 221 and Christiansburg Pike, where it's that odd corner, and then some related bike ped kind of things related to that. And I know that's been kind of a tough subject, so I double and triple checked with them that if this project was funded and moved forward, it would under this program. The maintenance would be under VDOT. So I wanted to just let you all know that that possibility is out there. I've shared with a couple of you all and can print out for others what the proposed road construction and expansion map looks like for the state and Floyd, and I think it's fair to say that Floyd's pretty much just empty.
Yep.
I wanted to,
Because we had not qualified for any of that
Yes.
before.
and it has been a kind of a shift in over time in VDOT policy to be a little bit looser about that area designation and what you have to call it and things. So I will bring that to you, but I wanted to get you to start thinking that way because we would have to have you potentially take action at the next meeting so we could put in a pre-application for this round. Otherwise, it'll be another 2 years. So that's to the time-sensitive question earlier.
Well, I've expressed this to you, my biggest concern is that down the road cost. So, I know you've probably spoken with them about it, but is there any way you can get any kind of verification in writing or in an email that under this program, it would be in specific writing?
Yeah, we can go, I'm pretty familiar with the Smart Scale
Because I've
program.
played the game with VDOT before,
Yeah.
where one say one thing and one do the other, and this one, oh, no, he was wrong. Oh, that one doesn't know what he's talking
Right.
about. I even had a discussion one time in Bath County with the deputy director, not the director,
Mm-hmm. Right.
secretary, but the deputy secretary. And he told me stuff that turned out not being correct, so, when it comes to VDOT and that sort of stuff, in writing, either kill a tree or email or whatever, that we can go back to and say, hey, right here's this.
I will absolutely do that. Yes,
Okay.
thank you. That's the last that I had, but of course you have one more action item and then, to look at. And now I put my thing away.
So are we in our new district yet?
Thank you.
Not officially,
Oh, boy.
but,
Yes,
I have an opinion on it if you wanna hear it.
yes, I do.
Our standard thing is to hear from all the residents. But these people have been given at least 2 opportunities. haven't they?
Well, for the road,
Yeah.
For
the next
road
item?
naming. The one that hasn't responded, that
Mm-hmm.
you had the original, and then it was sent back to them again, wasn't it?
No, I don't believe this was one of them. The other one was, it was a lane difference. And then
Yeah,
the
we
other
had
one
an-
was not resubmitted because Carla, who is now taking on that list,
Yeah,
has been in contact with that particular, if I'm remembering correctly. I don't believe it was Victoria Court.
no, it wasn't Victory Court.
I mean Victory Court, thank you.
Oh, well, then,
Yeah, it wasn't Victory Court, this is a new one from Carla. Carla's also revisiting, there was 4 total the last time.
Right,
One was
so this
by the
wasn't one of
EPA, One
those.
you
No,
approved,
this is a
one
new
went
one.
back
oh,
and was
oh,
already
oh,
approved
oh,
to change
oh.
to lane. And then one has not resurfaced because she has not gotten communication with them.
Okay, so then,
This is
per our procedure then,
Yes.
we need to wait and and
Yeah.
let them try and reach out to this one person, because what we did when we set all this up, and we've always tried to follow, is at least had some kind of contact with each person. And they've had an opportunity.
Now, they've had they just haven't responded back with the paperwork.
But for me, since it is still in my district, I have a problem with the fact that the two people that have responded don't even live there. And the one person that hasn't responded actually lives there, or at least that's where mail is going.
Oh, wait a minute, you mean these two don't actually live in this, on this?
I do not believe, I think they own land. Yeah, he's building, understood, but he doesn't live there. He's currently living at another spot, and the other folks live in Maryland. So I can't really take any action until I hear from Mr. Horn.
Still in your district, I'll follow your lead.
Well, Tim went to go get Carla, if you'd like, since she's been dealing with this, and if you have any questions, when she's here.
I remember years ago when I first come on the board, we went ahead and approved one. And it went on for probably 6 months. And this guy came in on our night meeting. And boy, I mean, he went up one side and down better than us. And they had a big to-do over naming that road.
Yeah.
I'm with Jerry on this, you know. I want everybody to
Right.
say, or have the opportunity to say yes or no. You know, because
It's even better.
Even if you have to contact them 2 or 3 times.
that's right.
Yeah.
Right.
Hey, lady,
How I feel.
Hey there.
you thought you was getting by today and not have to come in here,
I
didn't you?
did. I was listening to you all talk and then I heard footsteps and I said, I bet she's coming for me. So this property, the first time that it went to you all in December, 2 property owners had responded and they both chose different names. And so you wanted them to decide on a name, or the board would name it, is what was said. And then, so we sent out the notification again, and the same 2 property owners that responded the first time responded again with the same name.
Right.
The third property owner did not respond to either one, and they live out of state, like Ohio, I believe.
So all 3 of them don't actually live on this road right now? One of them's building, but
One of them is building, and so they don't all have an address on that road now.
So why is it
Are there
listed as
3?
170 Broad Hollow Road Southeast?
We-
Because if you're sending stuff to Mr. Horn at that address, he's
But he
not
must
get-
live there then.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I couldn't find my envelope quick enough to come back here, but Mr. Horn and it's the Burnett's that have not responded to either request, and they're the third property owner.
Oh, from Maryland. Oh, number 2. So Mr. Horn has, but I thought,
Previously, one of them suggested Victory Lane.
yeah.
The other one was Paradise something, I believe. So the 2 that responded the first time did come to an agreement on the name this time.
Okay. So,
and when that was kicked back, the one from out of state was also sent another contact?
Yes, a
So the
letter
one from out of state's
in this
actually had
form.
2 chances.
Mhm, a letter in this form was sent to all 3 property owners.
again,
Oh, okay, well, that changes things a little bit for me, but what are you gonna do? I've been satisfied because the person that hadn't responded has had, if we're sure that's the correct address,
That's where the real estate taxes go.
Okay.
That's the address
have
that I
they been
got.
paying them?
That I don't know.
well,
Right, we name it anyway.
yeah, I guess.
Then you gotta say it in.
Maybe that's something we ought to check into too, just to make sure, since if they haven't been paid, maybe they've been going to the wrong place too.
And is there on the Burnett's place, is it open land or is there a structure?
There has to be a structure there for it to, for the
Yeah, I know, I
county.
can't really see, I mean, I guess I could have looked it up on my.
There's a structure on two of them, and then one's being built on.
Right, okay,
And that permit's being held until they name the road.
oh, okay,
Well, that's for a discussion another day,
yeah,
because I gotta find out when that changed.
yeah.
Because,
As far as I know, it's being held.
well, I'm talking about that there has to be structures for it to be named.
Yes, it's three addresses.
For the
Three
road
structures.
naming, but not E911 addresses.
Yes.
Like if you have a lot and it doesn't have a building on it, you can still get a 911 address.
No.
When did that change?
The county does not does not issue an address until a foundation has been approved.
When did that change?
That, I'm sorry, I don't know.
I need to know that.
That would be a Mark
They
Bolt
give my
question.
building a address, and I didn't even question.
Well, when I purchased, I don't remember when it was, when I purchased that little lot beside the Tex Drive-In,
Yeah.
I was in here one day and they asked me if I wanted an address. They had, it's right there on on Route 8. They said, do you want an address? And I said, well, no, if I ever build anything, I will. But they offered to go ahead and do it. So that's why I'm wondering when it changed and who changed it.
I'm
Well,
not
it had
su-
to be this board.
I'm not sure, but I know a couple of instances, like the Youth Growth Center building. It does have a temporary address on it because for Appalachia Power to provide a tent pole, but that was an exception. Normally, they would not have done that. And there are instances where if an address has been given out and then and the building department finds out that, say that the only thing that's on there is an RV, they take it out of the system because you can't get an address for an RV. It has to be a permanent structure with a foundation.
Well, like I said, I'd like to know when that changed. No rush, please. Everybody's got more than to do, but I know at one point in time it wasn't done that way, so.
With Carla, though, that I know that is our current practice, that you have to have a structure there.
Well, I understand. I'd just like to know when it changed, because it didn't used to be that way.
Well,
What do you want to do?
I usually like to have everybody, but if the Burnetts have been contacted twice and they still haven't responded, and we have two people that are living there that want it named, I'll make a motion that we name the road Victory Court.
Second, if you're ready.
Ready?
All right, on the motion to name, as requested by the Department of Emergency Management, request the naming of the shared road with the tax map numbers for the properties are 56-148A, 56-148H, and 56-148J, and as laid out on the map before you, to be called Victory Court. Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, thank you. That has been approved.
Any correspondence?
Because, of course, this is the morning meeting, you have a lot of stuff in your packet that we didn't go through from the various department heads. Feel free to look through that and let us know if you have any questions. In addition to that, something that I didn't get in there because I just pulled it this morning is a reminder from Virginia Mortgage Relief that the State Mortgage Relief Program is off and on a great start, it says, January 3rd of 2022. It is intended to help eligible homeowners in the Commonwealth who are financially impacted by COVID avoid mortgage delinquency, foreclosure, and displacement. So this is kind of the new version of what was available before. So just wanted to let you know that's available. And I don't think we had anything else really of note to highlight in correspondence. Thank you, sir.
I did want to thank you very much for this. This is very helpful as we enter into our budgetary process, and probably a monthly as we're getting closer when we're doing the budget, especially what we've expended in the various departments, to see how close we are. That would be put in a folder on our iPads. But it would be nice to have that on a monthly basis as we're trying to decide. That's what we did last year.
I just have one thing that's a reminder.
Okay.
Remind everyone, if you've got the money, to be sure and give it to Angie or whoever
13,
for the
yeah.
flowers for Roger.
Sometime between now and budget time, reach out to Amy and tell her just give us a ballpark figure, how much it would cost to put polling place in Burks Fork and Indian Valley. Not that we're gonna put it in the budget, not that we're gonna do it this year, but it would be something on our radar, give us some indication how much it eventually we need to come up with.
Mr. Chairman, I was at the electoral board meeting, and it is definitely on her radar, and the electoral board did sit and discuss that at length, so they are thinking.
It'd also
Of
be
that.
good to see if there's any state monies available, what they would be contributing to the
Right.
total cost too. That'd give us a more realistic number.
Right, and, you know, because it'll help out, because they gotta get so many poll workers every year. And, you know, it'll help them out to have a number. So, but anyway, that's all I have. Anybody else got anything? Well, come on, Levi, say something about that.
Is that all I can say?
Well, how about if I give you the opportunity to make a motion to adjourn?
Oh, he's going for that, isn't he?
I will make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
I second.
Tell you what, boy, I baited the hook right there.
Yeah.
You did.
Reeled him in too.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now,